to order the January 22nd meeting of the Cary Town Council. And at this time, I'll recognize Councilmember Huang for our ceremonial opening.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here tonight. And also, thank you as well to those watching online. And first of all, I would love to recognize the Cary Chinese Senior Group. They performed their wonderful singing and dances today at Herbert Young Community Center for us. And the president, Evian, welcome to stand up and say hi to everyone. And also, they have their own orchestra. Every music is just live music. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. And last Saturday evening, we were at the Cary Arts Center celebrate the Dream Fest Festival, and there's a lot of people turn out. And also, this past week, we had Martin Luther King Day. It is a time to reflect on Dr. King's enduring message of peace, compassion, and service to others. And as we look ahead this weekend, we are expecting a potentially severe ice storm, and I encourage everyone to prepare and store enough food and stay safe with your families. Our public works and police and fire departments will be working diligently to ensure our communities remain safe. Even as we prepare for the storm, the walk for peace continues. This Saturday, Buddhist monks are expected to enter Cary regardless of the weather. Their commitment to continue their journey is a powerful reminder that peace is not passive. It is a choice built through continued effort, respect, and compassion. We are deeply grateful to live in Cary, a peaceful, resilient, and caring community. Here in Cary, our high quality of life does not happen by accident. It is a result of teamwork. It comes from our people, and it's the very foundation of Cary. With this strong foundation, Cary will continue to move forward and remain strong. With gratitude for our shared values, please stand up and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're now at the third item on the agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda, and I would entertain a motion to do so.
So moved.
There's a motion.
Second.
And the second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Due to special weather expected in Cary, our interim manager has asked for our fire chief, Mike Cooper, to give a special update. Chief Cooper.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are mobilized and prepared for a mixed bag of adverse weather conditions that is forecasted for our area this weekend. Our decisions are rooted in past experiences, and we're working closely with local, county, and our state partners. All major thoroughfares and secondary streets will be treated with brine by the end of business tomorrow to help treat the roads for slick conditions should freezing precipitation occur. Staff has inventoried and prepared critical supplies, including generators, chainsaws, and tire chains. We have 3,000 tons of salt, 400 tons of salt and sand mixture staged, along with well over 600 staff ready to respond across all departments. Council, we are ready, and we cannot emphasize how critical it is for our citizens to do the same and be prepared for prolonged power outages. Citizens should consider stocking essential supplies, know how to shut off their master water valve, charge portable devices in case of outages. Ice and cold are the real risk. If the power goes out, temperatures indoors can drop quickly. Citizens should know how to stay warm safely. They should also remember that 911 is reserved for imminent threats to life and property, and for everything else, there's Cary 311. At this time, there are no impacts to town services or schedules due to the weather. We will continue to update the community through our communication channels as changing conditions warrant. Please follow us across all social media channels at carync.gov and stay safe this weekend. Also want to note that we've been in constant communication with the Buddhist monks on their peaceful pilgrimage that will take them through Cary Saturday morning ahead of the weather. Around sunrise, we expect the monks to move down US 64 from Apex High School to Tryon Road, where we will provide safe passage and a mobile restroom for their convenience. Cary Police and Fire will escort and provide traffic control and safe passage until Yates Mill Pond Road, where Raleigh first responders will take over. There are no expected stops in Cary, and we are truly honored to be part of their journey and wish them continued peace and safe travels. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I had a question from a citizen today who's newer to Cary, and I was hoping that somebody on staff, perhaps Russ, can address the availability and safety of water even when power is out, even if it's out for more than a day or two. I was asked, do I need to go get bottled water?
You should not, but Jamie's not prepared, but he's in the seat up there to maybe ask that he come up and address that.
Thank you.
As y'all know from past work sessions, Jamie loves talking about water, so I'd hate to take that opportunity away from him.
And I know you're great on the spot, Jamie.
Good evening, council, and thanks for the opportunity. Yes, we maintain standby power at all of our big plants and facilities, and especially at the Cary Apex Water Treatment Facility. We not only have standby power generators, but they're also banked together. So if any one generator fails, the other generators pick up the load. So we've been checking the fuel supplies all week. We're totally prepared and ready to go.
So no one needs to purchase bottled water.
They really don't need to in Cary, but if they want to be extra safe, I'm not going to stop them. But we feel very confident that the water will be running just fine in Cary.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate that.
Good question. Thank you so much. Okay, our next item on the agenda is Public Speaks Out. Before we begin, I want to thank all of you that are here to speak at Public Speaks Out and say that I know many of you have concerns, questions, comments, and we welcome those. Personally, I would like to invite you to meet with me. If you have concerns or questions or comments that you think I need to know, I welcome it. There's availability online to fill out a form, meet with me or any council member, and we always invite that. I can also say we're doing our best to be transparent and open about everything that's happening, and as soon as we get it, we'll put it out there. And having said that, excuse me, now is the time for Public Speaks Out. We've included instructions for speaking at this forum online and on the printed agenda. There were 3 opportunities to participate in Public Speaks Out: through written comments, by calling in, or by attending here in person tonight. If you are here in person and would like to speak, I would ask that you take a seat in the rows to my right that are highlighted. Public Speaks Out have 3 minutes each for their comments and may speak on any town-related topic as long as it's not a public hearing, and that's to your benefit. You get more time at a public hearing. The 3-minute time limit will be enforced, not to be rude, but to be fair to all of our speakers. There's a timer on the podium. It will start off with a green light. When you have 30 seconds remaining, it will turn yellow. And when your time is expired, it will flash red, and that's the point I will interrupt you. Again, not trying to be rude, but trying to be fair to all of our speakers. I would ask that speakers please be respectful and to address the entire council as a whole rather than an individual member. This is a business meeting, and Public Speaks Out is limited to 1 hour. Please refrain from applauding, speaking from your seats, using props, or engaging in behavior that may distract from the meeting. Interruptions, including applause, take away from the time speakers have and reduce available Public Speaks Out time. I thank you in advance for please keeping this in mind at this portion of the meeting to make it more effective and more respectful. Please also note that the forum is intended for council to listen to public comment. While we may direct staff to follow up, council typically does not respond to comments during public speaks out. Each council member is available, as I mentioned, to meet with you outside of this forum, and we welcome you to have these conversations. You may reach us by email, by 311, or direct meeting request form, or just whatever way you can contact me, please let me know. I'll be glad to meet with you. So now is the time for public speaks out, and first I'll call on the clerk to read any written comments and call on any registered speakers.
We had 8 written comments. These have been emailed to council prior to the meeting, provided to council at your seat, and also attached to the online agenda for accessibility. Our first in-person speaker, registered speaker, is Naomi Alexander, followed by Thomas Alexander.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Naomi Alexander, and along with my brothers William and Thomas, we are the 15-year-old triplet grandchildren of George Bailey and the grandniece and nephews of Herbert Bailey, owners of Vermel Place, the affordable housing proposal before this body. We are freshmen at Cary High and are often referred to as the A-Team. The Bailey family legacy, of which we represent the fourth living generation, was established as a lasting acknowledgement and means to honor our ancestors, our family contributions, and our long-lasting ties to the Cary community. Vermel Stewart Evans was our great-great-grandmother. Her daughter, Mamie Vermel Evans Bailey, and Joseph Herbert Bailey, our great-grandparents, are the foundational names for the Bailey family legacy. The Evans Road community where we reside was formed largely by our great-great-grandfather, Clyde Albert Evans Sr., with land from his 100-acre farm. West Cary Middle School, formerly the Clyde Albert Evans High School, is located on this road on land sold and gifted by Otis Norfie Evans. And the Cary First Christian Church is on land sold and gifted by Clyde and Vermel Evans. There are 14 streets in Cary named for family members within 5 subdivisions owned, developed, and built by the Bailey family. Dutchess Village, the first family subdivision, is on land owned and settled by Nancy Marsh, the grandmother of Clyde and Otis Norfie. And it was in this home in 1875 that Charlie and Matilda Evans, parents of Clyde, his brother, and his other siblings, were married. Most of these are now buried under the Turner Evans Cemetery just off High House Road and Cary Bay Oak Drive. The main street of this subdivision is derived from the Bailey name and the stately oak trees on this site. Jerry Miller, deceased renowned Cary artist, painted the old Clyde and Vermel Evans home place, capturing in particular large oak trees in the front yard. These oaks have always represented endurance, strength, and lasting family love. The proposed Vermel Place, located off Reedy Creek Road, is aligned with that same purpose. Our family's way of giving back to our Cary community, our home, not as means to make tons of money. The land itself could have been privately sold or developed for other far more lucrative purposes. In keeping with our family tradition of community, helping others, doing positive and beneficial things to be a force for good, all these form the crux of our deep-rooted motivation behind this affordable housing proposal. A recent agreement between Taft Mills and the Bailey family legacy hopefully results in a viable means to bring this all to fruition. Only with the necessary and expeditious regard from this body can this be achieved. Please, only together can this be done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Alexander, followed by William Alexander.
My name is Thomas Alexander, grandson of George Bailey. Tonight, I would like to read to you a letter from Greenwood Forest Baptist Church and one week support for affordable housing proposal from the Bailey family legacy, which I am a part of. Dear Cary Town Council and staff, we've had the pleasure to get to know more about the project at 777 Reedy Creek Road. We understand that the Bailey family wishes to dedicate their last major real estate project to affordable housing. Our church's role in advocating affordable housing to the point of building it to our land is well known, and we're glad to see others in the Cary community committing themselves to this cause. The 90 unit requested here are even more than we're able to build on our site, and we can't think of a better way to use this land. It's close to transport, groceries, and other amenities, makes it a wonderful site for affordable housing. Vermont's Place will be tremendous assets to our community. The leadership Greenhouse Forest Baptist Church is support of this project and urges for your support as well. We've had the pleasure to get to know more about the project 777 Reedy Creek Road. One Wake is very supportive of this project and so include it in our list of proposals during our October 2025 candidate assembly in Cary. The units requested here are needed, and we can't think of a better way to use this land. Its closeness, transport, groceries, stores, and other amenities makes it a wonderful site for affordable housing. Vermont's Place will be a tremendous asset to our community. Wake's team wants to offer for its support behind this project. Sincerely, the One Wake Strategies team.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander.
Our next speaker is William Alexander. And the speaker after William is Sue Nolt.
Hello, my name is William Alexander, grandson of George Bailey. Tonight, I would like to read to you a letter from Reverend Cynthia McCants, pastor at Cary First Christian Church, in support for the affordable housing proposed from the Bailey family legacy, of which I am a part of that legacy. The Bailey family has long been an integral part of Cary First Christian Church and the broader Cary community. For generations, their legacy has been marked by generosity, integrity, and a steadfast commitment to improving lives. The needs of the community have always been central to the Bailey family values, guiding their efforts to uplift others through selfless service and giving. This dedication is evident through Cary's history. The Bailey family has consistently opened their hands and hearts to meet community need, donating land for schools, churches, and homes whenever there was a need. Their contributions have helped shape the physical and moral landscape of this town. The proposed project at 777 Reedy Creek Road continues with that same spirit of compassion and vision. The development of Vermill's Place, an affordable housing community on Bailey family land, is a timely response to the growing economic challenges facing community families in Cary. As the cost of living rises, this project offers hope, providing quality, affordable housing for those striving to make ends meet. The location of Vermill's Place is particularly well suited for families with proximity to grocery stores, daycare centers, and local churches. It aligns perfectly with Cary's vision for inclusive neighborhoods where all residents can thrive. As a faith community, the leadership and members of Cary First Christian Church fully support the Bailey family, and in this effort, we recognize that this project is not only about constructing buildings, but about building lives, strengthening families, and extending the legacy of compassion. The 90 proposed housing units will make a meaningful contribution to addressing one of our city's most urgent needs and will serve as a model of faith and community partnership. The Bailey family has always exemplified what it means to serve God and neighbor with love and purpose. Vermill's Place continues that ministry, honoring the past, meeting today's needs, and preparing for a more equitable future. We stand united with Bailey family in prayer, partnership, and public support as they seek approval for this vital project. By moving forward with Vermill's Place, Cary will not only expand its stock of affordable housing, but also reaffirm its commitment to being a community where compassion and opportunity coexist. With every blessing, Reverend Cynthia E. McCants and Reverend Lionel Carney. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sue Nolt, followed by Dan Pike.
Dear Mayor and Town Council members, my name is Sue Nolte. I am a Cary resident. Thank you for the opportunity to share this request with you tonight. I also appreciate the continued conversation with interim town manager Ross Overton and John Collin, Director of Park Recreation and Cultural Resource, and new council member Bella Huang. Table tennis is a growing activity in Cary, especially for seniors, families, and young players. However, currently access through town programming is extremely limited. At this time, there is only one 2.5-hour table tennis session per week scheduled at the Cary Senior Center, and it's limited to those who have registered for that program. I was told that at least 30 people are already registered. No additional registration is being accepted, and there are only 2 tables for all participants to share. So remember, 2.5 hours per week, 2 tables. That's for all Cary residents. This clearly demonstrates strong demand and shows that Cary residents are seeking more opportunity for safe, accessible indoor recreation. I understand it is difficult for the town to fund and build a new facility at this time, especially since the 2024 Cary Community Bond referendum did not pass. With that in mind, I would like to respectfully propose 2 low-cost, more immediately options to expand table tennis opportunities for Cary residents. Option 1, instead of building a new facility, the town could explore repurposing an existing space into a dedicated table tennis room. Table tennis has relatively low facility requirements compared to many other sports, and it can operate well in a converted space with enough floor area for tables and safe playing zones, adequate seating heights and height, storage for tables, and basic equipment. This approach could provide consistent access without large capital projects.
I'm so sorry, I have to interrupt you. Your time has expired, but we would like to read your comments if you could leave them with the clerk. Would that be
Sure.
okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Pike, followed by Heffin Williams.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and interim town manager. My name is Dan Pike, and my wife Joy and I are 28-year residents of downtown Cary, and I'm honored to serve as the board president of the Cary Downtown Farmers Market. The Farmers Market is 30 years old this year and is held every Saturday morning from 9 a.m. to 12 during the winter season and 8 a.m. to 12 during our traditional market season. I'm here this evening on behalf of our board, vendors, and patrons to simply say thank you. Thank you to the town for allowing us to host our weekly farmers market on Park Street adjacent to the beautiful downtown Cary Park. We're also incredibly grateful for the park staff who help make the atmosphere so welcoming and special each week. In particular, we'd like to recognize 3 downtown Cary Park employees: Ryan O'Quinn, who is a program specialist and is our park liaison. We have a meeting with Ryan each month to get updates, coordinate events, and to assure all aspects of our partnership is solid. Next, we would like to express our appreciation to a pair of activity hosts, Walker Laster and Joe Perrian. Each week, prior to the market opening, Walker and Joe set up road barriers, cord covers, trash and recycling receptacles, and then they break down everything once the market closes. They do all of this with positive attitudes, genuine smiles, and a willingness to do whatever is needed to support our market. We make a point to thank them very often, but we felt it's very important that you know what exceptional team members they are and how consistently they demonstrate excellence. 2025 was an incredibly successful year for the vendors of the Cary Farmers Market. We made significant strides in providing resources to families facing food insecurity, providing fresh produce to Dorcas, now Neighbor Up, their food pantry, and in educating youth on the importance of eating a colorful variety of foods. In addition, we are proud of our market serving as a community meeting place, not only for Cary residents, but visitors as well. We're a place where people spend time and actually talk to each other, socializing and being friendly without having their faces in their phones. Walker and Joe help us provide this safe and healthy environment each week. We are currently finalizing our annual report and expect to share that with council within the next month. We look forward to returning to this podium to highlight our accomplishments and demonstrate how our small nonprofit continues to enhance the town of Cary. If you haven't visited the Cary Farmers Market, don't be shy. Come and see what we're all about. We'd love to include you in our community. Thank you again for allowing us to hold our market on Park Street and for employing such outstanding individuals like Ryan, Walker, and Joe, who serve the citizens of Cary so well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pike.
Our next speaker is Hanif Williams, followed by Renee Miller.
I think Hanif is...
Mr. Williams, are you here?
We'll go to Renee Miller.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As I reviewed the agenda for tonight's meeting, I couldn't help but pause on the discussion item that is the last item on the agenda, in which about $250,000 is to be authorized in order to review the situation with the town manager. That's quite a lot of money. And having been in the consulting field myself many years ago, I started thinking about that and then realized that with the attorneys that are being hired to do this, getting paid $644 an hour, what we're authorizing is about 388 hours of work. And yet I think we're going to be missing some opportunities. We often hear affirmed what a crackerjack staff we have here in Cary. And I'm wondering why we're not utilizing that staff talent. When something like this happens in a private business, it becomes the priority of the business. And many things are dropped or set aside for a time while the business takes care of what it needs to do to heal. I believe that's what kind of a missed opportunity we may have here. Because with staff working on this problem, I believe that it's an opportunity to redevelop trust with each other and the relationships with the staff at many different levels. So I ask, as you are considering this in your discussion tonight, that you think about some of the things that have already happened. Several council members have already suggested some changes to policy that staff could already be working on. And it seems to me that while legal review is an excellent idea, I think that staff work with the idea first will be less expensive and will ultimately allow our town to move forward more quickly and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams?
Good evening, Mayor, council members, Madam Clerk. Exactly 2 weeks ago, I stood before this local executive branch inside of these chambers with a gallery that was near to capacity. Though I appreciate the correspondence that I have received and even some of the meetings that took place in between that time, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge my profound perplexity in what appears to be an intentional and deliberate oblivion to the raised concerns of the residents of Cary. I think it's very important to mention and to remind each of you, with the exception of the interim town manager, when you all ran for office, you were not having one-on-one private meetings with the people who you wanted to vote for you. You spoke very clearly. You did not release statements that appeared to be written by lawyers. You talked about issues very directly and clearly. Now, with some controversy that we need to be mature and professional adults, that there are active investigations, that are some things that this particular council cannot speak of. However, I proposed on January the 12th that each of you received to have a town hall style meeting with the residents of Cary where questions can be asked publicly and they can be answered publicly. I received the response back that said something like that is planned. I want to know when it was planned. When is it planned? When is that going to happen? Because in these public speaks out, which it was said that this is a one-way conversation, and there's no such thing as a one-way conversation. It's a conversation is when two people speak. And this is what psychology.com and Harvard University has went and done studies on what that's like. This is just us speaking and not receiving any answers, and that creates a problem. And in closing, until this council gets this fire that you all ignited in a way where people can be heard, it's going to continue to burn and it will not be extinguished. I yield my time.
Next speaker.
No additional registered speakers.
If you're here in the audience and would like to speak at Public Speaks Out, now's your opportunity.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Dave Forvendell. I've lived in Cary since 1992. Over the years, I've had the pleasure of serving the town in various boards, commissions, and task force. And believe me, it hurts me much to see what's happening to our town, and it pains me to address you tonight. Much has been said about all the inappropriate actions and misappropriations of funds, inappropriate personal spending and such by our former town manager. These are very serious matters, and I think they're being addressed in an appropriate manner. What I'm afraid of is other more nefarious activities that go directly to the accountability and public trust of the council that are not getting the public attention they deserve. For example, on December 15th, WRAL reported, quote, records also indicate that the town bought land near Cary Elementary School totaling more than $1 million against the recommendation of the assistant town manager, and not every town council member knew of this transaction, end quote. Okay, which town council member or members did have prior knowledge or were involved in that transaction? We all know that backroom deals and compromises are all part of the game, and that's fine, but only when they're ultimately brought to the council for a vote. I find it very disturbing that a council member or members may have conspired with Mr. Stiegel to advance some land use agenda that was contrary to staff recommendations. Was there fear that the land purchases could not be achieved by bringing them to a vote of the full council? Was there fear that they would not meet with citizen approval? Who had such a sense of entitlement that they believed that they and the former town manager could make such decisions without a vote from the full council and knowledge of the citizens? No such shadow government can be tolerated by the citizens of Cary, nor should other council members stand by and let such actions go unpunished. The council promises full transparency. If this is true, it's past time to name names. Again, which town council member or members did have prior knowledge or were involved in these transactions? I call on any member of council, past or present, that has firsthand knowledge of any council member's involvement with these unethical land purchases to step forward. To remain silent is to be guilty of collusion in this miscarriage of government, fiscal irresponsibility, and breach of public trust. This goes much deeper than politics and friendships. This is about personal accountability and putting the town and the citizens first. You all took an oath of office. I implore you to honor it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Haas. I'm here to remind us all to love our neighbors and to love our enemies. Our nation seems to be descending into chaos caused by rabid partisanship. But what unites us as one nation under God is far more than what divides us. Here's a quote from a statement published November 11th by the mayor's office, quote, regarding ICE activities in Cary. Regardless of one's stance on immigration, I think we can all agree that the tactics used in these operations instill fear in our community and erode trust between our citizens and the government put in place to protect, support, and serve them, unquote. My work has involved travel to 54 countries. For 9 years, I lived in South Africa under volunteer visitor visas, where every visa application and renewal required proof that my volunteer work was not taking a paying job from a citizen of South Africa. We need elected public servants to defend law enforcement, carrying out lawful court orders when a judge orders the arrest of individuals convicted of violent crimes, smuggling drugs, and/or human trafficking, on top of breaking and entering our country. ICE is not targeting legal visitors or migrants, so November's official statement seems dishonest and frustrating. If any officer of the law needs to conceal his or her identity, it's only to protect their families because of a surge of death threats and attacks, where terrorists dial 911 to falsely report violent crime into progress, a practice known as swatting. If we needed an official town statement about federal law enforcement activities at schools, daycares, hospitals, restaurants, and construction sites, maybe remind citizens not to commit attempted murder by doxing, swatting, or trying to run them over. U.S. home prices are inflated in part because of the pressure of non-citizens on our housing market. Take-home pay is lower because of slave wages paid to illegal migrants. Cary is a great place to live, but it's only by upholding the rule of law can we continue to be one of the most desirable communities in America. Just because you may not personally agree with a democratically elected law doesn't mean that we get to pretend that enforcing it is always wrong. Policies being demonized by leftists are overwhelmingly popular with both party-affiliated and independent voters like myself. We don't need to descend into another bloody civil war. Let's accept election results and not commit insurrection. With everyone's help, the next generation graduating high school and college can find jobs, buy houses.
I have to interrupt you at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for Public Speaks Out? Going once, going twice. Okay. We'll close Public Speaks Out and move to the consent agenda portion of our meeting. If you're following along, that's item 4. For the benefit of people watching our meeting on TV, I'll take a moment to review the consent agenda items. Please keep in mind that one vote approves all of these items. On the consent agenda, we have Go Cary Title VI Program Update, adoption of 2026 work plans, and recommended Environmental Advisory Board appointments. Would council members like either of these items pulled from the consent agenda for discussion? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So move to approve.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to public hearings. Same rules apply for public hearings that applied for public speaks out with one exception. Speakers now have 5 minutes each for their comments. The first public hearing is Farrell Road Assemblage Annexation and 25 REZ Farrell Road rezoning. They'll be held together. Assistant Planning Director Katie Dry will introduce the item, and council will not take action. Instead, it will be referred to our Planning and Zoning Board for their review and recommendation. Ms. Dry.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a request to annex and apply initial Cary zoning to 153 acres located on Farrell Road West in Chatham County. The public hearing tonight will be for both the rezoning and the annexation. So we will begin with the annexation, and first we'll orient you to where the site's located. On the map, you can see NC 540 located to the east. As you travel westward, you can locate Green Level West Road, and then the Chatham County, Wake County line is shown with a black dashed line. The site for the proposed rezoning and annexation is within Chatham County along Mount Pisgah Road, Farrell Road West, and Barbie Road. It is within our joint land use plan area with Chatham County, and I'll talk a little bit further about that within the presentation. And so because of that, it's eligible for the property owner to request annexation. This assemblage is actually broken into two pods. The southern pod is contiguous to Cary's corporate limits, and the northern pod is not. Because the northern portion is not contiguous, it is classified as a satellite annexation. Contiguous and satellite annexations must meet certain criteria for annexation as specified in the North Carolina General Statutes. There are additional criteria for satellite annexations, and in this case, both the contiguous and the satellite annexation area meet the criteria and are eligible for annexation request. As noted in the annexation staff report, the site is able to be served by utilities, and it is within the serviceable area by Cary Fire. In the future, we anticipate the site will be served by the potential Fire Station 11, and in the interim, it can be served by Fire Station 8. Staff provided Chatham County with notice of the annexation and the rezoning as required. And as a reminder, no action is needed on the annexation tonight. It will return to you at a later date to align with the decision for the rezoning. Now that we've covered the annexation, I will transition our review to the rezoning request. This map is zoomed in a bit further so you can see the locational context. There is site frontage along Farrell Road West, Barbie Road, and Mount Pisgah Church Road. The site's just west of the Bryson Nature Preserve, located on Ernest Jones Road, which is owned by the town of Cary. It's north of the Destin and Woodhull subdivision within Cary's jurisdiction, and east of the Windy Hill neighborhood in Chatham County. According to our GIS maps, stream buffers are located on the site, and field determination would be determined at the time of the development plan review. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Resources Master Plan includes a section of a greenway corridor in the northeastern corner of the northern pod for this site. And there are no existing greenway or street side trails within or adjacent to the site. Farrell Road West is a 2-lane undivided thoroughfare on Cary's future roadway widths map. And when it comes to the zoning, the site is currently in Chatham County, and it has a Chatham County zoning of residential 1. And so the applicant is proposing an initial town of Cary zoning of residential 8 conditional use. The applicant has offered conditions, including a concept plan, which is shown here on the right. The zoning conditions include a limit of a maximum of 230 detached dwellings with accessory dwelling units. This is an overall gross density of about 1.5 dwelling units per acre. There will be a maximum of 122 units in Pod 1, which is the southern pod, and 108 units in Pod 2, which is the northern pod. Conditions would include a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. This exceeds the minimum of 8,000 square feet, which would otherwise be permitted in the R8 zoning district. The 10,000 square foot lots would be allowed in the pink area that's shown on the concept plan. And in addition, along the perimeter of the site, where adjacent to larger Chatham County lots, the lots will be at least 15,000 square feet. Further, lot sizes will be calculated exclusive of any adjacent stream buffers. The North Carolina general statutes otherwise allow for adjacent stream buffers to count towards lot size. A minimum of 40% of the lots in Pod 1 and 45% of the lots in Pod 2 will be adjacent to open space. There will be a 70-foot Type A streetscape along the site frontage for Farrell Road West. This exceeds the 50-foot LDO requirement. There will be 50-foot streetscapes along the site frontage for Barbie Road and Mount Pisgah Church Road, which also exceeds the LDO requirements. A perimeter buffer will be provided in common open space where the LDO would otherwise allow it to be located on individual residential lots when abutting other residential lots. A minimum of 75,000 square feet of open space is provided near the Barbie Road frontage across from the Windy Hill neighborhood. This area may count towards the overall open space requirement for the site. There will also be a minimum of 63,500 square feet of community gathering area with at least 43,500 square feet in Pod 1. This is about 1 acre. And 20,000 square feet in Pod 2 is about half an acre, and they exceed the LDO requirements for community gathering space. The applicant has also offered to construct street-side trails along the site's frontage, on Barbie Road, Mount Pisgah Road, and on the east side of Farrell Road. They're also proposing to construct a portion of the greenway that's shown on the site on Cary's adopted plans in the northeastern portion of the site. Potential off-site transportation improvements include the installation of a traffic signal and the extension of a turn lane at NC 751 and Luder Shop Road. This is about 1.25 miles from the site. Further, construction of turn lanes at Luder Shop Road at West Farrell, and construction of a turn lane at Luder Shop Road at Barbie Road. These off-site transportation improvements are predicated on the developer's ability to acquire necessary off-site easements and right-of-way, so the condition provides no guarantee these improvements will be made. Staff encourages the applicant to complete additional survey and design work to confirm the feasibility of these off-site improvements. This would provide Cary and nearby residents greater assurance that traffic impacts from the development will be effectively mitigated. A preliminary analysis of this request starts with looking at the Chatham-Cary Joint Land Use Plan. This is one of Cary's special planning areas within the Imagine Cary Community Plan. For additional context, the Chatham-Cary Joint Land Use Plan was adopted in 2012, and it covers 18,000 acres. And it's intended to guide future land use regulations and public infrastructure as well as development. And its goal is to balance opportunities for suburban development with rural character. This is the adopted land use plan map with the Chatham-Cary Joint Land Use Plan. And the site is located within an area designated for low-density residential. This area recommends a maximum density of 2 units per acre. The proposed use and density for the zoning is currently at 1.5 units per acre, which is consistent with the density recommendations of the joint land use plan. Continuing with our analysis, we also look at the case with the broader policies of the Imagine Cary Community Plan. When we look at LIVE policies, we note that Policy 3 recognizes that a variety of housing is needed to serve the diverse needs of Cary's residents. The proposed rezoning would increase the housing stock of detached dwellings, which may somewhat address this policy. Regarding Engage, commitment to construction of a greenway segment and providing street-side trails along site frontages help to address policies related to Cary's greenway network. The Shape chapter, looking at transitions, these can be addressed in a number of ways. The proposal seeks to use larger lot sizes along the perimeter to assist with transitions to larger lots in Chatham County. It also uses streetscapes and buffers in open space rather than on lots to provide vegetated transitions. Regarding Move, the proposal would construct street-side trails along frontages, which is more than the LDO would otherwise require. And a number of off-site improvements are offered, but would require acquisition of easements and/or right-of-way, and therefore cannot be assured. Regarding the Enrich chapter, the larger streetscapes and perimeter buffers and open space, along with the increased community gathering space, may help to retain the tree canopy at the time of development, as well as address open space preservation. A neighborhood meeting was held in April of last year. There were 26 attendees with questions and concerns regarding transitions, buffers, transportation and traffic impacts, pedestrian and bicycle improvements, stormwater and environmental impacts, and details of the proposed dwellings. Staff have received several emails and calls from citizens following the neighborhood meeting, most of which shared similar concerns to those voiced at the meeting. And the applicant has held a follow-up meeting with residents to continue discussions on the case. The public hearing was provided via notice to property owners within 800 feet of the subject site. This also included posting public hearing signs and legal ads per the Town of Cary and North Carolina general statute requirements. This concludes the staff presentation. Following the public hearing and comments, I'm available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. So now is the time for the public hearing for 25 A02 annexation and 25 REZ04 rezoning. And first, I'll call on the clerk to read any written comments or call on any registered speakers.
And the applicant is also here.
Well, before we start the public hearing, I'll invite the applicant up for their comments.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Mark Frederick with Parker, Poe, Adams, and Bernstein. My office address is 301 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh. I'm joined tonight by Julie Spencer with David Weekly Homes, Ed Tang with Withers Ravenel, and Tyler Blang with Exalt Engineering. I'd like to first start off by thanking staff for all their hard work over the past year. Their efforts and feedback has had a very positive impact on this project. The applicant, David Weekly Homes, is excited about the opportunity to establish this neighborhood in West Cary. They are a privately held company with a percentage owned by its team members, and the Weekly family does remain involved with the overall operations. At a high level, this is a request to rezone approximately 150 acres to the R8 conditional district to allow the development of a traditional residential community with a maximum of 230 homes. These details alone are consistent with the Town of Cary and Chatham County Joint Land Use Plan, but it is the finer details of this case that really make it a good fit for this specific property and the surrounding area. Through our engagement with the surrounding community, this project has evolved to reflect the characteristics that the surrounding community truly values. From the multiple in-person neighborhood meetings to meetings with individual property owners and collaboration with the Wendy Hill Landowners Association Board, the common thread and underlying topic was the rural character of the area and how to preserve that rural character. Our team had a good sense coming into this case that this would be a major theme for the project, just based on other projects that have been recently approved or constructed in the area, but our conversations with the surrounding community really confirm this. So our focus over the past year has been to identify the defining characteristics of a neighborhood set in a rural area and how to incorporate those into this community. The result is the zoning commitments included with this proposal, which are intended to both create a rural community from within, but also from the outside looking in. Some of these conditions were incorporated into the case from the outset, but we have added several conditions as a result of our community engagement. So looking within the community, we have limited residential density to a maximum of 1.5 units per acre. This is squarely in the middle of the range of what is considered low-density residential development in the Joint Land Use Plan. This is also consistent with other recently approved and constructed projects with the same low-density residential designation in the surrounding area. We have also restricted the size of lots to a minimum of 10,000 square feet with transition to larger 15,000 square foot lots along the perimeter of the community. In addition, we have included a requirement for at least 40% of all lots in the southern pod and 45% of all lots within the northern pod to be adjacent to common open space. This ensures that open space is spread throughout the neighborhood, and it will help create better view sheds from an individual homeowner's perspective. And speaking of open space, we have committed to a minimum of 63,500 square feet of community gathering space. This is the programmed amenity sites that will be split up between the southern and northern pod to ensure both pods have their own amenity sites. So between the various environmental features, the aforementioned amenity areas, and other open space such as the streetscape buffers, the perimeter buffers, we are anticipating at least 40% of the total 153 acres to be some form of open space. This is a conservative estimate, but is well above the 20% required by code. The other half of the equation to this idea of preserving the rural character of the area is how this community appears from the outside looking in and how it is integrated into the existing landscape. All new development is inherently compared to what it is directly adjacent to, which can create a lot of friction for those living in the area. This is why appropriate transitions and preserving sightlines is so important, especially in a rural area. To address this head-on, we have included wide streetscapes along the 3 public roads that this project borders on. This includes 50-foot wide buffers along Barbie Road and Mount Pisgah Road, where no streetscape is required by code. We have also included a 70-foot wide streetscape along West Farrell Road, where a 50-foot streetscape would otherwise be required. Vegetation will be preserved within these streetscapes where it exists. If not, they will be planted to the Type A landscaping standard within the code, which is the town's most dense landscaping standard and intended to provide the greatest degree of screening feasible and minimize visual contact between uses. We have also committed to replacing the sidewalks along these streets with wider multi-use paths, which will create a more rural street edge. So between the wide streetscape buffers, the wider pedestrian facilities, and the larger perimeter lots, this community will be well insulated from the bordering public streets. This project is also adjacent to the Wendy Hill subdivision. We have had the opportunity to coordinate with the Landowners Association Board on multiple occasions throughout this case. The Wendy Hill subdivision is located directly west of this project across Barbie Road, with their entrance directly across Barbie Road We have recently added a commitment to providing 75,000 square feet of open space directly across from the Wendy Hill entrance. This open space is in addition to the 50-foot wide Type A landscaped streetscape buffer, which we believe will preserve the sightlines for Wendy Hill residents. We have also included a 25-foot landscape buffer, perimeter buffer around the new community to provide a transition to adjacent private property. This is a commitment to place the buffer in open space, not on residential lots, which will ensure the long-term maintenance by the HOA. Other zoning commitments include transportation improvements. These are based on the traffic study performed for this project, as well as additional coordination with NCDOT. We have also included a concept plan, which is not typical for conditional rezonings in Cary, but we believe it was beneficial for this case to provide some certainty as to where certain site elements will be located, as well as help illustrate the written zoning conditions. Now, we've previously mentioned the joint land use plan, and Ms. Dry did a great job of describing the applicable policies, but I wanted to reiterate that this project is directly consistent with the low-density residential designation. This project also provides appropriate transitions along public roads that the plan recommends in the form of wide landscape buffers, open space areas, and larger perimeter lots. In summary, this project strikes the appropriate balance of mitigating concerns we heard from neighbors and delivering the type of development envisioned by the joint land use plan. We appreciate your time and look forward to your comments, and our team is available to answer any questions.
Thank you. All right, take two. Now's the time for the public hearing for 25A02 annexation and 25RAZ04 rezoning Farrell Road. And I'll call on the clerk to read any written comments, call on any registered speakers.
We had received 2 written comments. They've been, just like Public Speaks Out, emailed to the council prior to the meeting, provided to council at your seat, and attached to the online agenda for accessibility. Our first registered speaker is Tirza Tanvana. Okay. Followed by James Stevens.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for hearing my comments this evening. My name is Tirza Tavana, and I have had the privilege of living in Wendy Hill for almost 30 years, shockingly. I live on 8 acres of beautiful land. I see the stars at night, every night, and I would like to keep that. This isn't about me, though, tonight. I actually came to talk about why this is an important decision for you and everyone in this room that gets their water from Jordan Lake. Water is life, basically. It's life of humans. It's life of your community. And you said earlier this evening that the quality of life in Cary is not by accident. And I would like to confirm that the quality of water in Cary is not by accident, and add that it is by purpose-driven intention. I heard what the gentleman said about meetings with Wendy Hill. I have some bones to pick there, but that's not where I'm going to go right now. What I want to tell you is why this may be the most important decision that even you guys make, or whoever makes this decision will make in their career. I know it sounds very dramatic, but this 700,000 people get their water from Jordan Lake, and I assume that includes you. If you open the genie box to allow this sort of development this close to the lake, if you look at the pictures, literal fingers of Jordan Lake touch this land, abut this land, okay? You can't go back and reinvent water. You can't go back and fix the issues. Every day, if you're looking at the news, you see information on microplastics and forever chemicals and flushed pharmaceuticals and depleted aquifers and algae blooms. It's endless. We don't have a right to clean water. It's a privilege, right, to have clean water. We have to actively make decisions for ourselves and for our larger community based on the fact that we want to preserve clean water. So this developer is asking to literally go to the gates of Jordan Lake and ask for they make it seem like it's 1.1 acres, but literally, if you do the math, it's 0.2 acre per home. And when you add community centers, pools, you're adding sidewalks, you're adding driveways, you're adding garages, you're adding road structure. That's not open land, okay? Somebody going in and clear cutting a buffer zone is damaging the land. It's damaging sediment that's gonna run off into your groundwater, my groundwater, our joint water. So I ask that you consider, if you look at the map even up there in front of you, if you look at R8CU, look at how dense those lots are. They're all on top of each other. And the more they keep making the argument, well, this touches this, and now this touches this, the argument's gonna be made for all the remaining part of that land, that we overdevelop this space so that the developers can make their money. But your water is my water, and my water is even closer because I have well water. So I'm the one that's gonna get the runoff. So I'd like to share with you, even on your website, sorry, nervous. Your website talks about the importance of protection of watershed, and that's one word I haven't heard at all tonight. No one has talked about the fact that this land is in the watershed. Okay, so a watershed is where the water runs directly into the lake, and everything you get, all the sediment from all this clear cutting is going to go into that watershed, into our water. And on your own website, it talks about how important it is to preserve the very land that we're talking about tonight, to preserve those areas of land, those large chunks of land that are immediately above the water processing. So UNC has done a study about the increased flooding. This past summer, we had incredible flooding that required them to boil their water because this sort of thing is going to increase the amount of flooding and runoff. There's no, and then you have all the nitrogen and phosphorus, all the things, fertilizers, that people are going to use to grow their grass. So in summary, when you go home tonight and you open your tap and you drink your water, you have your tea, you take your shower, you brush your teeth, I want you to just think for a moment how this could actually impact you and impact your water. And if this development does not make you feel comfortable that there's not a risk to the future safety of your water for your children, your grandchildren, those 3 lovely kids that were up here talking, those are the people that are going to have to rely on you making a good decision about how this development could impact the water. On a final note, I have a lot of wetlands on my land. They're undisturbed. If you let nature do its work, it'll do it for you for free. End of story. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your enthusiasm. I ask that you not applaud. Thank you.
Our
Next speaker
is James Stevenson, followed by Tamara Mander.
Mr. Mayor and Town Council, thanks for giving us the opportunity. Our president of the Wendy Hill Landowners Association couldn't make it. I've dropped off a copy of his talking points. His back went out today, so he was not able to make it to speak. So I'm going to try to cover most of what we wanted to talk about. Development's tough, a lot of issues. We just heard about some of them. The Wendy Hill Landowners Board met with Weekly Homes to talk about 2 issues that concerned us. One was the R8 zoning, which we thought was more comparable to be R12 to some of the other developments. And the other was light pollution. You heard Mark talk about the compromise that was reached about increasing the buffering right across from the Wendy Hill entrance with the 75,000 square feet. We put that proposal to the membership at our annual meeting last September. Would we agree that if we got the additional buffering to decrease the impact on the sight lines from Wendy Hill, would we drop our opposition to R12? And the membership voted that that was, in fact, what they wanted to do. Doesn't mean everybody agrees with that, but that is what the membership voted. The second issue that was really important to us was the light pollution. When we spoke with Weekly Homes, they informed us what we knew, that the lighting is a Cary standard. Several years ago, when we talked with members of the planning board about lighting, the concern about making any modifications to lighting was that creating exceptions creates a patchwork and becomes unmanageable for the planning board with new developments. The proposal that we passed around is a way to mitigate that patchwork concern, and it leverages the language of the joint use plan about you've just heard. And there are 4 points to make. First of all, Section 3.5 of the Joint Use Plan talks about special considerations for transition zones along the rural buffer, and that's a formal term. That rural buffer is that black and yellow line, and that is Barbie Road. So the rural buffer is right in between the very low density and the low density. Section 3.5 talks about transitions. Section 3.6 says that planning boards may exercise discretion and judgment when considering development between different density zones along the rural buffer. It then refers to Section 6, which talks about how those guidelines can be implemented, and to quote, amendments to subdivision standards, quote, to implement the recommendations of the joint plan, specifically the recommendations of the area designated as a VLDR west of the rural buffer boundary. So amendments can be made to meet the intent of the joint use plan, which is agreed to by the town of Cary and Chatham County. So our argument is, and the rationale we'd like to put to you, is that modifying lighting standards based on the direction of the joint use plan and only along those areas that are on the rural buffer, which is Barbie Road, would be a very unique exception to reduce the light pollution. It would have no impact at all on other areas of Cary development, thereby obviating any concern that modifying the lighting standards to reduce the light pollution, which is a great concern to the membership, would be difficult to manage for the Cary Planning Board. So in summary, what we're asking the council to do is support the proposal to modify those lighting standards to have lower height and lower intensity light along Barbie Road, which is the rural buffer, in order to decrease the light pollution within the adjacent very low density areas in a way that is unique and manageable for future developments. This proposal was also put to the Wendy Hill membership at our September meeting, and they approved this approach and the proposal. So we're asking for your support to talk with the planning board to enable a meeting to discuss those modifications. David Weekly Homes has agreed to broker that meeting, even though this isn't their decision about what the lighting should be, but to meet with the planning board and the residents to discuss the lighting. Thank you very much, and we really do implore you for your support.
Thank you.
Our next registered speaker is Tamara Manard and Daniel, followed by Daniel Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Tammy Manhard. I want to thank you for having me here and giving me the opportunity to speak regarding the rezoning of the proposed high-density development of approximately 253 acres along West Farrell and Barbie Road. My husband and I live across the street from the proposed development of the property bordering Barbie Road on approximately 10 acres, where we raised our children and we resided there for nearly 10 years. As you know, the proposed development lies along the eastern edge of Chatham County in an area historically zoned as R1, low-density area governed by the Cary-Chatham County Joint Land Use Plan of 2012. It is critical that the development of land within this area be supported by responsible planning that protects existing communities and homeowners, public health, and long-term land use commitments. The Joint Use Plan was adopted to manage growth at the urban-rural boundary and to protect established low-density communities that rely on private groundwater wells. Rezoning this property to a much higher density, R8, as currently proposed by the developer, is not an isolated change. It establishes a precedent for additional high-density development along the surrounding R1 area, fundamentally altering the area and intent of the Joint Use Plan, which was anticipated 2 houses per acre. This R8 is 4 to 5 houses per acre. The high-density zoning encourages development intensity that the area was never designated or intended to support. Please know that homes located within the R1 area rely almost entirely on private wells for their drinking water. Higher density development increases impervious surfaces, stormwater runoff, chemical and pesticide use, and infrastructure strain, each of which elevates the risk of groundwater contamination. Unlike municipal water users, private well owners have limited protection and few remedies if well water contamination was to occur. During a meeting hosted by the developer on July 7th of 2025 at Mount Pisgah Church Road, a request was made of the developer to conduct an environmental study to understand the potential environmental impact and risks of groundwater contamination from the proposed development. Has the developer conducted this environmental study? What assurances or protections do we have to ensure that our groundwater remains unaffected and safe to drink? If groundwater contamination were to impact our homes, residents could face a public health crisis beyond their control, potentially forcing them to connect to Cary's municipal water system. This raises serious concerns regarding utility-driven annexation, where homeowners are pressured into annexation simply to obtain safe drinking water after harm caused by nearby development. With respect to annexation, we respectfully request clear written assurances of the town of Cary and the developer that any municipal water connection required due to groundwater contamination will not trigger voluntary or involuntary annexation. No utility agreement, service extension, or mitigation measure will include annexation consent clauses, either explicit or implied. Responsibility for the groundwater remediation and alternative water supply will rest with the developer responsible for the contamination, not with the impacted homeowners. These protections are reasonable and necessary to ensure development proceeds without shifting risk, cost, coercion onto neighboring residents, and ensuring that growth aligns with adopted plans, respects existing communities, and protects vital natural resources. We urge the council to carefully consider the long-term implications of the rezoning, not only for this site, but for the broader eastern Chatham County boundary. An environmental study must be conducted before approving any proposed development, and final plans should require enforceable protections to homeowners before approving a change of this magnitude. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Sanchez, followed by Marty Loy.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. I'll try really hard not to just repeat everything that's been said, although water is pretty much everything. But a couple things just to point out before I bring some of those and some pieces of those to your attention that maybe haven't been brought up just yet. One is very concerning, very nice presentation by one of the Town of Cary planning people. It sounds like a sales pitch. If I was really trying to get somebody to buy into something, I'd make a pitch just like that, with all the screens and slides and everything with that too. But no negatives whatsoever. Just all the positives for what seems to be really just for the builder, but really not for any of the residents or anybody else. This is an R1 location. This is built by the 2012 agreement with Chatham and Cary. It is not an R8, and nothing about the proposed is in alignment with any of the current standards that are in that community. Yeah, I understand if you don't live out there, it's easy to say, well, those people out in rural, they've had their time out there long enough, and they deserve to have more people living out there because the rest of us are getting crowded out here too. Well, we've been out there for a while, and we deserve to have exactly the environment that we agreed to move into and buy into, which is a low-density community. You can follow their mathematical juggling of how they propose it being one house per 1.5 acres. It's completely untrue. They're using mathematics that Lennar tried to as well on between the the corner of Hope Chapel and Mount Pisgah, Lennar tried the same math juggling to build lower density, a little bit lower density houses and maybe a little bit larger footprint. It's still a postage stamp compared to what R8 is supposed to be, but then it was super high density in the middle, and that did not pass. And one of the main reasons why is because it could not get past environmental. And that was 3/4 of a mile further away from Jordan Lake than this is. This is literally on the edge of Jordan Lake, and I personally live right downstream from this. So this proposal puts watershed literally, it's about 500 yards away from my well. And I will get the repercussions from this, and this will damage my property over time. It's too close to Jordan Lake, and this is why this was all made to be R8 in the first, R1 in the first place, and not R8, which they're trying to change it to. There was nothing part of the original development that included bringing things like this into the plan. They talk about Destin, they talk about Wendy Hill, like those are developments. They're not. Those are 3 to 6 to 10 acre home sites that have a lot of permeable surfaces that can absorb the water. And they don't have giant areas of grass that require fertilizer. And they don't have all the other chemicals that are going to be put into the ground near all those as well. So when you add all that, that's the problem. And that ends up in Jordan Lake. And just to cover some of the things maybe that they didn't, talking about the water. Jordan Lake currently has problems with blue-green algae in the water. This is not something that's going to happen. It's happening now. We already have problems in Jordan. And as has been pointed out, this is all your water, as it is with ours. We drink off the water table, but you drink directly out of the lake. And that's going to have an impact. And as it's said before, it really isn't overdramatic to say how critical this decision is right now to put something that didn't belong next to what the Army Corps of Engineers built as our water supply. It really is a mistake. Branch Homes is building a little house on a couple acre lot right next to where this is being proposed. They are being inundated with people asking, are you building more houses out here? There is demand to live out there. There is demand for 2 and 3 acre lots. The people who are selling this property, I don't take anything away from them that they want to cash out on the property, but they can develop inside the R1 code that currently exists and make their money back. It might take a little longer, it might be a little more work. That's not our fault, that's not your fault, and that's not the people who are trying to develop the house. They can make money on the property. We're not trying to stop them from doing that, but develop inside the code in which it currently exists, which is R1. Build lots that are much bigger, then that is exactly inside of what we expect to see out in our rural area. You don't have to build 50-foot buffers if what you're building is going to be consistent with our rural charm. They're fighting really hard to make it sound like this is all going to look like it fits in really good.
I have to interrupt you, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our last registered speaker is Maury Lowe.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, 2 people spoke on some things that I had planned, so I'm going to try to jump around a little bit to not be repetitive. But I'm going to talk about a little bit about history and real data, real actions taken by you and the board, because I don't know the tenure of everyone here, nor do I know the tenure of the board. But this is not the first time there's been development on Mount Pisgah, proposed zoning by the town of Cary and the board. It happened in 2014. It happened in 2020, less than a mile from where we are today on this proposal. History and reality is that the board, planning board for Cary, voted no on both. They voted no on both because of the proximity of the land to the watershed, which has been discussed, as well as the topography of the land shows all the slope towards the watershed. The proposed development that's been mentioned here is going to be worse, much worse, and here's why. It'll be worse than the one that was voted no already twice. It is because, first of all, it is directly located on a feeder creek. It is on the watershed. The previous one, no, was because it sloped toward the watershed and it was going to be flowing a ways towards it. This is directly on it. It'll be worse. Second is we get a typographic map of the land. You're going to see the buildable lots slope more severe than the ones voted no in 2014. Third is going to be that this proposal is a quarter of a mile to a half a mile closer than the one you've already voted no for. The board already voted no. This one's even a half mile closer than that one. And then fourth is the density of 4.5 units per buildable acre is much higher than what was voted no before. So my request, I have one request for this topic, and that is please have the board employ a civil engineer, an environmental engineer, a geological engineer to get the typographic maps, look at the flow of the water, because this is going to affect you as well as it affect us, and probably bigger problems. But look at the flow and see what's going to happen and make an informed decision before this gets approved. That's one request. Okay? Not the developer. The developer, if they hire an engineer, will be biased towards the engineer. So I'd rather the city that is unbiased, trying to do the right thing, employ civil engineer or an environmental engineer. Okay? Request one. Request two, it looks to me that the town of Cary's land development ordinance provides solutions for this. If you look at it, when I looked at it, I'm not an expert on it, but the problem statement is when you take a zone that is 4.5 units per buildable acre and you put it in an incompatible zone that's R1, that's really 1 unit per 2 to 10 acres, that's just incompatible. And when I read it, I look at section 4.2.2, they do provide transitional residential districts. And although the details of that are sparse in the land development ordinance, it is clear you have a solution where if you have a zone with a set of attributes here and a zone with a completely different set of attributes here that are incompatible, you have the ability to provide transition zones, transition districts that allows a smooth flow of development. So we would request that not only this proposal, but as you develop in this area, and we'd expect you to develop in this area, that you do so thoughtfully and you plan low development to medium development to high density development to commercial multifamily dwelling development, that it makes sense, it's well thought out. This is just an R8 zone, which is 4.5 units per buildable acre, plopped right in the middle of a community that's mostly estate homes with 2 to 12 acres. It's not even close to being compatible. So the second request is, can we leverage the land development ordinance, the transition zones, to help us at all as we develop in this area? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No additional registered speakers.
If you are here and would like to speak at this public hearing, now's your opportunity. Anyone else for this public hearing?
Thank you for the opportunity. I wasn't sure there would be one if I didn't register ahead of time. So I'm Cheryl Stroud. I live at 621 Mount Pisgah Church Road, right across from Danny Sanchez. I also will be impacted on well water, but there's something that hasn't been mentioned here tonight. Where are all these kids going to go to school? One of the previous developments that got voted down, part of it was because no real plan was in place for where all the kids were going to go to school. I've been in a situation when my kids were growing up where there was a lot of development and the kids are the ones that suffer because they get crowded into classrooms. It's just not an optimal learning situation. So this is something that hasn't been mentioned. Water is ultimately incredibly important. I beg you to do an environmental study. I don't see how this can happen without an environmental study. But somebody's got to also be thinking about where all these kids are going to go to school. So thank you very much for considering that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Could you move to your left, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm short. Hi, I'm Nicole Kazaya. I'm the homeowner that lives directly across from the Mount Pisgah piece of property. I'm not a development. I own almost 6 acres directly across from it. I've been pushed by the developer from various people to try to sell part of the road frontage of our property for the water, which they didn't plan for. I don't want to sell my property. I bought my property to retire on and not have all this. So they called the other day, again, after being harassed before, when I was told, oh, well, you don't have to do that. The town of Cary's not annexing your side. Well, apparently that didn't matter because they're back again. And I asked, well, don't put road entrances and exits on Mount Pisgah. But I will say there's a lot of rare birds and animals that are around there too. So in addition to the water supply, which Indian Creek literally is at the bottom of the hill of where they would develop, that directly runs in, like they were talking about, the feeder water into Jordan Lake. So it is really, and I've talked to the Army Corps of Engineers a couple times, both in DC and Wilmington, and they basically say they've gotten no submission about it, but that what happens is it gets rezoned, and then they get the ability to minimize the damage to our water. So I would just ask that as everyone that has spoken, that you do take the time to hire the environmentalist, the civil engineer, any and everyone that you can possibly to make sure what damage is going to be, because everyone has wells around us. But to their point, I didn't even think about it like that. All the town of Cary water is coming out of Jordan Lake. So it is super close. Anyway, sorry, my 86-year-old mom's been in the hospital all week and I didn't come prepared, but yeah, please take the time to think about this. Thank you, each and every one of you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else?
Oh, this one. Good evening. I'm Lisa Sanchez, and I just felt it was important that I followed up with just a few. I try not to be more. Pardon me? Oh, I'm trying not to be overly emotional because there is a lot of data here, and there's a lot of high concern. As a mom and a homeowner, we lived in Cary for 15 years. We left California and brought our family here because we wanted a different way of life. We chose to be proactive and make sacrifices. We left family, we walked away from a business so that we could embrace something that we felt was important to all of us, which was rural living. And we left Cary. It was hard to do, to get away from the development that's already happening. And progress is good, I do understand that. But when you approach people that are being pushed farther and farther with no place else to go, that have sunk everything. I have a home with a child living there and a grandchild on the way. I chose generational living property for this reason, and I just want assurance that we're going to be protected. I have a different perspective now because I have a grandson coming in 2 weeks that is going to play in my pond and drink from my well, and I want to know he's protected. I'm just imploring that the environmental studies that were done before and voted against be redone, and please just use your wisdom and discernment and protect the people that live out there, because we want to be part of progress, but we also want to know that we're protected and our rights are preserved. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak at the public hearing? Anyone at all? So I'm going to close the public hearing, and I want to thank all of the speakers and all those in attendance that are interested in this topic for coming out. Your feedback really does matter. I want to just make sure that I address some of the things that I heard. We talked about density in the past and the future. I'm going to get to that in a minute. We also heard zonings. We heard county zonings and we heard city zonings. Just so everybody's on the same page, tell everybody what an R1 is. R8, somebody said exactly right, 4.4 units an acre. Tell everybody what a Chatham County R1 is.
Yeah, so Chatham County R1 is just, it's a residential zoning district, and the 1 stands for 1 acre, so generally 1 acre lots. Yep. And then the Cary R8 stands for residential and 8,000 square foot minimum lot size.
Yep, thank you. Some of the other things I heard, I want to make sure everybody understand that Cary doesn't propose. Cary evaluates proposals, so this is the landowner proposing it, not Cary. Make sure you know that. And then schools are definitely an issue, especially on this side of the lake of Chatham County, and it's the county's responsibility. However, we advocate for schools both in Wake and Chatham County with no avail. I think we tried a deal one time with Wake County to take Chatham County kids, and they're not having it. So that is definitely a problem and definitely something to consider. I also want to say that the plans we try to evaluate, what we're evaluating from and what the staff was presenting is how this matches or does not match the Cary Community Plan, and that was what the presentation was about. It's our job, after it goes through the process, to decide if it does match or does not match Cary Community Plan. Now, somebody mentioned when this joint plan was created. Am I the only one left?
Me.
You were there too? Okay. So we spent weeks or months?
Years.
Years?
2000, I think it started in 2009, Russ?
It was years. It was
Yeah.
years. And
I wasn't there for 2009.
Okay, but I remember it was a long, long time, and I remember having dinner with Chatham County Commissioners. By the way, we paid for our own dinners, if anybody's keeping track. And the concern and how upset the Chatham County Commissioners were at the time, and they're all gone. It seems like they flipped. I don't know Chatham County Commissioners, but I think they're more interested in development than they were back then. I know they are to some degree. I say that because we have a lot of new people here, and I might not be here in 2 years, and Laurie and I might be gone 2 years, who knows? And then you have a council that has no experience and no history with what goes on there. And the potential for more density there, I think, increases every time there's a proposal. Keep that in mind. I'm not saying I don't agree with you. As a matter of fact, my message to the developer, based on what we heard back then, this was not what we were thinking back then, not even close. It was like someone said, as you go toward the lake, you get less dense. And that was what we had agreed to back then. And I thought it was very clear. And to me, I have a lot of problems with what's proposed. But on the other hand, please work this through. We could all vote it down in the end, but just work this through and see if there's anything that can come out positive to this, because I fear future proposals will be even more dense. And I might not be here. And who knows who will be here and what their mindset is, because I've seen Chatham County change. Having said that, I want to tell you the process. So you had a neighborhood meeting last April. This is a public hearing, and in a month or 2 or 3, it will go to an advisory board of appointed citizens called the Planning and Zoning Board. And their task is to give their recommendation of, does this match the Cary Community Plan? And then 2 to 3 months after that, it will come back to us, and we take all the input we've had from you, all the input we've had from staff and the advisory boards, and then we make our decision there. So that's where we are in the process. We have plenty of time. We have meetings twice a month. You're welcome to come to any meeting and speak at Public Speaks Out. We won't have a public hearing, but you're welcome to come at Public Speaks Out. Katie Dry will be your liaison, and we'll have the latest and greatest information. If the developer changes anything or adds anything, she would be the person to contact. And if you don't remember that, look online, find me, email me, and I'll do my best to give you the information I have. So that's what I have, and I hope I haven't talked too long, but I'd like to turn it over to my colleagues.
Well, I thought I'd take a moment, since we have a lot of council members who may not be aware of what the Chatham County Joint Plan is, just to give you a little bit of history, because I did come in on the last year of that, had the opportunity. When we talk about VLDR, very low density residential, for the Chatham County Joint Plan, that meant 1 to 5 acre lot that was west of the rural buffer boundary. So I see everybody in the audience shaking their heads. Yes, you got that right. And also sharing it with you all here. And that was not on gross, that was the lot size. So if you had a stream buffer, that wasn't included in that 1 to 5 acres. So you might have 6 or 10 acres, but the actual buildable land was at least 1 to 5 acres. That was the very low density residential, and that was, and Katie will correct me if I get anything wrong. And that was the rural buffer boundary. And the idea was that if there was a new development or a new home that was going to be built, it was going to match that VLDR. Then on the east side of that was what we called LDR, but it's a little bit different than what Cary calls LDR, which was supposed to be an average of 1 dwelling per gross acre. That's how it is in the Chatham County plan. And that was a lot of discussion back and forth with Chatham County commissioners and Cary council members. Actually, we wanted it, from what I remember, as I recall, even to be bigger lots, but Chatham County felt like this was the area where there was going to be higher density. So that's a little bit about it. It was 1 to 2 dwellings per gross acre. Now, I'll just give my thoughts, but I do have a bunch of questions. For me, R8 with 4.5 doesn't match the LDR goals of what the Chatham County plan is. And the idea of clustering, which we talk about a lot at this table, which is where, hey, let's protect the stream buffers. And so what we're really going to do is we're going to put all the houses really close together in this one area in order to protect the stream buffers. That doesn't meet the idea of the rural quality, the rural look and feel that this Chatham Cary joint plan started with. I mean, that's how I personally feel about it, having been in the room. So for me, I get that they're calculating that it's 1.5 units per acre, but that includes the stream buffers, and so does gross acreage. But R8 is more than that, and we're talking about clustering. So there seems to be an antithetical view of this where you're not really looking at them the same way. But I do have a bunch of questions, but I thought I would have the opportunity to explain that to some of the new council members here that might not have had the chance to look through the, 40 pages of the Chatham County. Did I get anything wrong?
Yeah, no, that's roughly correct. Yes.
I did? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So,
Councilmember Bush, could you, and I know I'm asking you now to search your memory, why these designations in these areas? Why was that boundary identified? Why was this eastern portion identified as low density and the other was very low density? Was there a rationale there? And we can even see
it looks
there's
a
a bit of a
little weird.
patchwork because
Yes.
there's also very low density a little bit further
that's
east.
a perfect question.
That's my first question, too.
So,
The boundary doesn't seem to.
Being in the room, the reason this took so many years, because it was a community invested and participation activity. So landowners from various places says, oh, I want VLDR or I want LDR. They might be saying, you know what, I think I'm going to sell my land. I don't want to be in this area. Also, the rural buffer boundary was also determined because that was where the town of Cary was going to provide utilities. But we were not going to provide utilities on the rural side. Am I still doing
correct,
okay?
yes.
Okay. It was it was a long time ago, 15 years ago. So that was the change. I will also say, just to be fair, there have been landowners that you've heard of that have come in here and who changed their mind, right? They were going to be, hey, I'm never going to move. I've got, 100 acres. I'm never going to move. I want it to always be VLDR. And they have come here and said, I know that I said I wanted it to be in the VLDR, but I really want to put a development here for my family, for my kids, right? This is my legacy. And they've come in for requests to rezone. And we've seen that a lot, right? Would you say that as well? Yeah. So Art, can I ask a couple questions?
Please.
Just a few.
I was just going to say, should we
let Sarika ask her question.
Oh,
for
sorry,
comment,
yes.
Since it's her district.
Sorry.
You're fine. The
I
history,
learned the history lesson.
the history definitely helped, and I want to thank all the residents for coming out to speak. I personally did not have this history, and plus the information about the water issues that you foresee with this proposed development. I did review this with our Director of, Assistant Town Manager and Director of Planning and Zoning, and we reviewed everything in a lot more detail than I anticipated at that point. But I do agree with everyone here. R8 is a lot. It feels like we'll take a small land and we have to support and save the streams, and we're going to stack those homes. The side yard setback is, I believe, 5 feet.
Yes, 5 feet for the side yard setback with a minimum of 20 feet combined. So when you add up the side yards on either side, they have to at least equal 20 feet.
But for R8, it's 5 feet.
Yes, 5 feet on one side, as long as, so if it goes down to 5 feet on one side, the other side must be 15 feet. So 20 feet between the two, but yes, 5 feet on one side.
So the homes potentially will be stacked, like, or at least that's the optics of the, if you drive, like you will find homes pretty much side by side. Yeah, I think that for that particular area, that in my view is a lot. R8 would not be, I don't think I agree with R8. Then there is about the transportation improvements that were mentioned, and these are all potential transportation improvements. There was a traffic study that was done, and there were some improvements that were identified, like a traffic signal, right-of-way, and things like those. And, I don't think they should be potential. If we do move forward with this project, I would like to see that these, these are required, or at least a commitment is given. I do like that, sorry, I forgot my notes at home today, and I took the notes again while everybody was presenting, and it's all over the place right now, so I'll try my best. Side yard. Environmental study. Did we, is that a requirement? Like, I know that many residents mentioned that tonight. Like, what is the criteria for environmental study? Do we do that for every project, or does this fall into a special zone? That's why we would, request one. And if there was one, can you please share some information with us?
So environmental studies or reports are not necessarily a requirement of a rezoning. But any rezoning that were to move through, and if it were to move to development plan, would have to meet the town of Cary's environmental standards, which would include watershed protection. This would be within the watershed protection overlay district for Jordan Lake. We would also, require tree surveys to evaluate the trees on the site. And so there would certainly be a lot of evaluation when it comes to the environmental features on the site. We would also look at stream buffers to make an official stream buffer determination, so all of those aspects would be required.
So have we done environmental study, or we have not?
At this point in time, there is not.
So at what point do we go back and do the environmental study?
So the elements that I just described would be part of the land development ordinance requirements with the development plan review. There would not be a requirement for an environmental study with a rezoning.
Site plan.
Oh, okay, got it. But if we do need that information in order to make a decision, or at least understand the density, how it's going to impact some of the environment around that, is that possible?
Well, you're asking for staff to spend time and money before we approve the rezoning, is what you're asking. Did I misunderstand?
I'm not asking, I'm asking a question.
I know, but that would be the answer. They would have to do that before it's approved.
Essentially, or, if the development team wanted to, look at if there's additional things that they could study as part of the zoning and voluntarily offer that as a zoning condition, that could be something that they could consider as well.
The development team,
The development team, yes.
that development team, or that development team?
That development.
Okay.
The
Just wanna
applicant
make
for the.
sure.
So it's not ours.
If they would like to.
Yeah, so we're talking voluntary.
They're, like the applicant.
App-
Okay.
Voluntary.
Okay. So I think, but, in order to kind of get a little bit understanding, might be a good thing to have to strengthen their case. Yes, nobody spoke about schools, and I agree with Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem here, but then I do feel that, the kind of density that we're discussing, schools will be highly impacted, and it's families' quality of life at the end of the day. When we talk about quality of life, children should be happy in school. We moved to Cary about 10 years ago. We are part of the problem, by the way. Yes, we came here for a good quality of life, to send our children, send our daughter to a good school. And, I understand where you're coming from. So even though the town council does not have direct relation and direct, relation is not the right word, but maybe, we don't have too much authority over what the county decides in terms of school. But definitely, I understand your concern about, like, where will these children go to school? And I think that's all from my side. I don't have any questions, but I don't think this, I'm not very excited about this project right now.
Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Is that right?
Go ahead.
So the first one is there a connection that will need to be made on the southern side of the lower pod? I don't know which one's one or two. Because of our connectivity ordinances?
Yes, very likely. And the concept plan actually does show potential connections. And I apologize, it's really difficult to see with the concept plan that you're looking at here. But there is just an arrow shown along the southern border of Pod 1 that shows
Oh, I see it
potential
now.
street access. So again, apologize for the graphic, but yes.
Okay. And is it West Farrell Road? Is it Farrell Road West? Is there an East Farrell Road?
Yes.
Do they connect? I was trying to look it up on the map. Which one is it? Does anybody know? I'm just curious because we've had so many. Thank you.
Is it east of it?
Is it east of it? Because Green Level West is actually east of Green Level. So I'm just saying, it is actually east? Okay, thank you. I mean, we normally don't, yeah, but we appreciate the experience in the room. Okay. Also, the town owns a property to the east of Pod 2. Is there a property in between the Ernest Jones property and this property?
There is. I'll pull up the map to demonstrate. Yeah, so you can see the property is shown in the yellow highlighted area. And the property that the town of Cary owns, the Rice and Nature Preserve, is shown highlighted in green. So you can see there is a kind of a narrow lot that's separating the two in between.
And so there will be, and I'm going to make you bring the concept plan up.
Yes.
The greenway proposed, is that greenway goal to get to the Ernest Jones property? Is that what that master plan goal is?
Yes, eventually it would.
Okay. I was trying to figure out where they were. And then the other question is the open space numbers that are defined where, really about the stream buffers? Is that where we're using the open space numbers?
Yeah, so I'm going to pull back up the concept plan, and the open space could, so the open space could include the stream buffers. It could also include the perimeter buffers, the streetscape. They do have some dedicated open space that's proposed along the northwestern corner of Barbie Road. You can see there's a little green triangular pod there. So all of that could count towards open space requirements.
Okay, I'm not a, personally, I feel like I'm channeling Jennifer Robinson here. I'm not personally a big fan of using buffers that you can't build in as the reason for doing open space. It is open space, but it doesn't seem to actually align. Meaningful. I do see that there looks like some potential proposed BMP on the lower part of Pod 2. If this were to move forward, I would hope that the applicant would make it more than just a pond, make it an amenity, not just put a fence around it. But those are the kinds of things that, when we dive into it, are really meaningful. And I'm really glad that the resident came up and you spoke about the schools, because one of the things we happen to know from our engagements with Chatham County commissioners is there is no plan whatsoever to put a public school on this side of Jordan Lake in Chatham County at all. So this would absolutely relegate all of the families that would potentially move here to either drive 45 minutes to a school on the other side of Jordan Lake Public School, or to find some sort of private or homeschool, some other option.
Charter, maybe?
Or charter. But it is something that we have to be careful with how we consider, but it is also the reason why there's so many retirement communities in Chatham County, because they don't require, generally, public schools. So it's just something to consider as well. And I'm finished.
If I could, I just wanted to go back to the open space. I did want to also clarify that in addition to the open space, they have committed to the 63,000 square feet of community gathering space. So that would actually have some criteria associated with it, where it would be centrally located. It would have to have some level of amenity as well. So I just wanted to make sure I pointed that out too.
And where would that be? Do you know?
They proposed one community gathering space within Pod 1, and then another community gathering space within Pod 2. So the location's not yet set, but in general, our ordinance does require that it's generally centrally located. So during development plan, we would be looking for accessibility from the people that would live there in the lots.
As long as it's not a corner like what Mayor Pro Tem said, like, or maybe an unused lot where they cannot do anything, it has to be meaningful space.
Yeah. So Lori, the mayor, and I, we're not district representatives, we're everybody representatives, right? And I can tell you, every time I see any of the rezonings, which typically have one of the roads as the title, like, it's always kind of easily identifiable as that near Jordan Lake or near far west Cary, based off of the name of the road that the rezoning is named after. And as soon as I saw the name, I went, oh geez, how close is this to Jordan Lake? So I'm just going to be completely transparent here. I now understand. I've always wondered why the border, the boundary for the joint land use plan didn't mirror the shore of the lake. To me, the wisest way to protect the watershed and to create that very rural, lowest of low density preserved area would be to take the topography and the flow of water and the proximity of the lake as the primary, if not only, thing considered in creating that boundary. And so when I see projects that, if I'm reading this map correctly, a finger of the lake literally will stick into Pod 2, it gives me heartburn. And it gives me, it makes me start asking a whole lot of questions a lot of times, particularly about topography and which way do things flow and all that. But here, I don't think I really need to with this proximity. I think it's a fair assumption that at least Pod 2, that water, that runoff, anything going on there is going into the lake. So I'm just going to share my perspective there when it comes to any kind of fairly dense proposals we get for this area, it's just really hard to get enthusiastic about them because of that proximity to Jordan Lake. And that's not unique to this proposal. I don't think, if this was a few miles east, I don't think I'd have the reservations that I have because of the location here. And I think last time we discussed a project that included reviewing the Chatham-Cary Joint Land Use Plan. I said, can we amend that? Can we amend that? And I'm going to say it again. Can we amend that? I know, I'm like, oh, it'll be easy. Let's just have some conversation. I'm not saying that, and I understand everybody's cringing right now, but can we amend that? This is going to happen, I think, more and more frequently. I also want to share that I share Mr. Stevens' concern about light pollution. Another thing that I think folks I was told by one individual I had a solution looking for a problem, and I don't think that is necessarily the case when it comes to light pollution, but I do believe that is a significant factor out here in this most rural area of Cary, and I do think that's a reasonable thing. I know staff has looked into our light ordinances and such before, and I appreciate that, but I do believe that's also something it's really appropriate to consider for any kind of development out here where there's a lot more, particularly wildlife, but also an existing darker sky and lower light levels that exist today. So I just want to share again that this is not, hey, this is a terrible project. It's really, my concerns are exceptionally situational about this one. But I wanted to ask, I think, Lisa, you're probably the best person to address this. Can you be very specific about what the limitations are for us when it comes to considering schools when we're making these decisions? My understanding is there's limitations to how much we can consider that. Do I have that correct?
You can consider schools, roads, environmental, any kind of reasons you think would be proper to support or deny a rezoning.
Okay.
There's some certain limitations about roads and schools, but that's not an issue here tonight. There's no school in the area. So I think if you have concerns about schools, that could be a valid reason to consider.
Thank you. So if there was an existing school there, would the answer be different?
Yes, there's specific state law about denying a rezoning for a proposed school itself based on traffic concerns. As you know, the legislature is trying to encourage building of schools and requiring that any road improvements to schools be paid for by cities or by DOT. So there's some legislation around rezoning of proposed school sites, but not residential zonings that don't contain a school site.
I'm glad I asked that because I had that exactly wrong. Okay, and that's really, I think, all of my questions or concerns about that.
Other questions?
Can I ask some question? Because this week, Councilmember Richards and I just had the new councilmember orientation about the stormwater, and we learned that stormwater is so important, especially it costs a lot. And Town Manager Ross know that. And I was thinking if this kind of property development and it's in a rural area, how much the town needs to invest in that to support still a high quality of life. And also still the police, fire departments could cover that area. And also the schools is so important because I know, because I send kids to school every day. I want a school too close to my house. I couldn't drive for 30 minutes to a school every day.
Yeah, the police and fire coverage is an interesting question.
Yeah.
We can consider that.
Yeah, I don't know if they meet our standards today at that location, would they, Russ? We have a 5-minute standard without building another firehouse. I know we got one in the works.
The chiefs are both here. I believe they, especially Chief Cooper and staff, look at that with annexation.
Yeah. And then the storm water, they have to build to a 100-year storm event. But 100-year storm events seem to be happening a lot. So, other thoughts and questions?
Related to the light pollution concerns, our ordinance is applicable to all of Cary. Is that correct? The way it's currently written? Okay. And I don't believe we should do things the way we've always done them just for the sake of doing them that way. But I do believe it is important for us to have that history and to just be aware of why things were done the way they were. And I think I could use some more education in general about environmental impacts, particularly related to this area. I'm a District B representative. I don't spend most of my time thinking about District D. So I think that in general that would be helpful. It also occurred to me that I don't know our Chatham County commissioners.
No, I don't think I do either anymore.
I've met some.
And
They've shifted.
I may have met one, but in general, and I wonder if it would be good for us to sit down and have a meeting.
Yeah.
Great idea.
And we're not making a decision tonight, and I look forward to hearing what planning and zoning has to say.
Just a few comments. So, Councilmember Cohn-Johnson, I am also very interested in light pollution. So perhaps you and I should put our heads together and talk about that issue in particular, light pollution generally. And Councilmember Bonsall, thank you for pointing out the sort of catch-22 that was occurring to me as well, in that the kind of environmental impact studies that would help inform our decision aren't triggered until after we've made a decision. Am I capturing that fairly?
Generally, that's when a lot of the site design and analysis would occur. in
Sure.
The town of Cary's environmental regulations, as well as the state buffer requirements.
Because I'm thinking about that tree study in particular. In looking through the application materials, it was noted that there's perhaps alignment in the enriched category of preserving open space, but in some of the neighborhood meeting Q&As, there was a question about clear cutting the lots, and the answer was yes, it would be clear cut in order to develop the homes, and that just seems incompatible to me. It seems like we can't reconcile preserving tree canopy with clear cutting, but in learning that the tree study wouldn't happen until after the rezoning decision, that complicates, I think, our decision-making.
Yeah, I will say, so the tree report would be a requirement of the development plan, and our land development ordinance does prioritize preservation of champion trees as well as certain stands of trees as well. So those existing site features would be taken into consideration.
Thank you.
Other questions? Other thoughts? Once again, thank you for being here tonight. You're invited back in the future. Like I said earlier, this will go to the Planning and Zoning Board for their review and recommendation. They are not, their decisions are not binding, they're a recommendation board. So if you're looking for them to vote yes or no, that's not what they're doing. They're making a recommendation to us. And then it'll come back to us in a few months for a vote. So thank you again. Thank you, Ms. Dry. All right, we'll move to our discussion items. First is the funding approval for law firm investigation and employee engagement. Interim Town Manager Russ Overton will present this item, and council may take action. Mr. Overton.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. These items before you recommends council appropriate funds for two important actions to occur over the next few months to help us move forward as an organization following the resignation of former town manager. First, in light of the issues that led to the former town manager being placed on administrative leave, council requests an investigation by a third-party law firm to examine concerns within three broad categories. The first category was procurement card usage, reimbursement of town funds, and expenditures of town funds to Stiegel and his support staff or other senior staff and council. Second were Stiegel's reporting of town finances to the council. And third, the work environment created by Stiegel with town staff and the council. The law firm Womble, Bond, Dickinson will review existing Cary policies and procedures and provide recommendations, including possible policies, practices, and methods for the town to consider to address these areas of concern. The engagement letter is attached in the staff report for any further detail. Secondly, I've directed staff to prepare a robust employee engagement effort, as it's been nearly 10 years since our last comprehensive employee engagement survey. Myself, along with our leadership team, agrees that this is exactly the right time to do another survey, or to start doing surveys. And moving forward, I would support doing them more regularly. For us to move forward, we want and we need to hear from employees to understand what's working, what isn't, and what needs attention to move forward. There are two parts of this engagement effort, which would be led by an outside firm with experience in research like this: focus groups and cross-section of employees from across the departments and levels. A quantitative and qualitative survey designed to capture both standard engagement metrics and Cary specific priorities. In addition, the outside firm will assist with developing a communication strategy that drives understanding and participation among employees, as well as compiling a comprehensive written report with findings and recommendations that will be shared with each of you. Here is a breakdown of the cost of each of these efforts, and I'll just add, to get to the $100,000 cost, there is a $5,000 addition that wasn't included on the slide for contingencies like travel. This slide just shows a summary of mid-year appropriations to date, including these two, should you take action on this tonight, and we will keep doing this as you use mid-year appropriations. So, in summary, for the fiscal impact, we expect the work associated with the law firm investigations to cost $150,000, and we anticipate the employment engagement plan to cost up to $100,000. With that, staff recommends that council utilize up to $150,000 of funding budgeted within the general fund for mid-year appropriations of the law firm investigation of matters related to the former manager, and $100,000 of funding budgeted within the general fund for mid-year appropriations for an employee engagement plan to include an employee survey. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Overton. I think Mayor Pro Tem Bush would like to make some comments.
Well, first off, thank you so much, not only for the work that you and staff have done, but also for recognizing the importance of an employee survey, and also speaking about your desire to make it continuous over time rather than how we've done it. I feel like I'm the history lesson person, but I thought I would give a little bit of history of the survey requests that came from council, again, since we have some new council members. In 2016, when UNC School of Government did the survey that was discussed, we got a 83% participation, which I think is remarkably high, and I congratulate the HR and all the department directors for getting that sort of participation. And it was very well utilized, not only by, I know, from staff, but also from a council perspective. And then it really gave us insightful and valuable information, and it gave us the pulse of the organization at a time that was really critical. In 2019, we started talking about revisiting an employee survey. I was told it was in process, and I actually went and found my emails to make sure. And then COVID hit, and we shifted a lot of what we were doing to respond there, and it was put on the back burner. Then 3 years ago, we started having discussions at the council table about having another survey with the town manager. And at that point, council made the suggestion to the town manager to do it. 2 years ago, it wasn't a suggestion, it was a direction from this council to do. And this year, when it wasn't completed, council specifically directed the office to move forward on November 19th on a survey. And if you look at the dates, that's very indicative as well. But given everything that our organization has been through recently, it's not really a moment, it's how I feel. I don't feel it's a moment for us to assume that we know how our employees are doing. It's a moment to ask them, to listen carefully, and to act on what we learn. And I believe in an organization-wide, anonymous employee survey done by an outside organization, as is proposed, it's imperative to do now and with urgency. Our employees are carrying the weight right now of rapid change, of intense public scrutiny, and significant high expectations. And we need a clear and honest picture of how they're experiencing this moment, this moment in time. We also need to help them succeed where they're struggling, and without the data to actually know, because we are a data-driven organization, we're leading in the dark. So a well-designed survey gives people a safe and confidential way to tell us the truth and include things that they might not feel comfortable saying through their own chain of command. Also, I think that listening in this structured way is an act of respect. It says to our employees that you're not just the implementers of the policies we create here, but you're human beings, and your well-being and your perspective matters. And it's not just about morale here, it's about the quality of service as well that we deliver to our community, because we know that we get higher satisfaction results from our citizens and our residents when our employees can perform better. Also, the employee survey gives us actionable information and not just anecdotes. The qualitative and quantitative data that you've proposed is important. I think we need the statistical analysis to understand how different groups and areas within the organization are doing. And we do need that qualitative data. We need those stories. And this is a lot of money. So I don't think we should wait till things settle down. We'll miss the opportunity to understand what's going on right now. And I know that the line item for employee engagement includes those focus groups, that qualitative. And for me, I can only speak for myself, it's important and valuable, but not right now. In this area and time of where we're watching every dollar, I want the data, I want the quantitative, and I want the qualitative at some point in time after we consume and understand the quantitative data. So I'm not asking to slow things down, but I'm interested in continuing this conversation. So I wanted to weigh in and share that I think the employee survey component is necessary, it's urgent, and it should be done immediately. The other components of it, I think, can wait for maybe another budget year, maybe a little bit longer when we know what the actual cost would be. But doing this now is how we demonstrate to our staff that they're seen, that they're heard, and that their experience here matters not just to us as a council, but also to the community. So my consideration would be to go back to your previous line item and do the survey design, distribution analysis, and reporting, and leverage that 32,500. I know that staff has lots of ways to drive participation. I'm not questioning the 22,000, but I know that our staff is really great at responding to surveys because they've done it before. So I'd like to do the survey design and hold off on the other items. So I thought I'd share my thoughts and the reasonings behind them.
Other thoughts?
I'm looking for the breakdown again in how much.
It's
One of these tabs I opened over here?
Yeah.
This one, okay.
What does in-person focus groups and facilitation means here? Like, what is the plan?
You would have, I believe it was up to 10 individual focus groups that we would randomly select and have conversations with employees.
But that's already covered under Womble.
That is not covered as employee engagement in Womble. It's covered differently from listening. Lisa may want to weigh in on what Womble is actually proposing to do.
Yeah, the Womble effort is more focused on what has already happened and is focused on, we'll talk to potentially past employees who have reached out and shared concerns, and perhaps with some current employees, but it's not intended to be organization-wide or to have any of the, quantitative or statistical accuracy of any of the survey things that we're talking about with CRA. So it complements the effort of the survey, but it's in no way duplicating or a substitute for the efforts of the survey.
So thank you, Lisa. Working in corporations, one of the ways I've experienced this myself, that the management, if they want to do a health check within the organization, information is sent through email, and everybody is encouraged to participate, by putting their answers in the form and submitting it. There's no communication, like communication is done through email. But, nobody's tapping on the shoulder and reminding anyone. And is that not what we are going to do here?
I'd say plus. Obviously, we have a diverse workforce. We have folks that speak different languages, so different ways and different groups. And if you think of the fire department or police department staff that work shift work, night work, we need to have different ways to be able to get to all of the employees, and I'd say not just email. At the time of the last survey, I don't even believe actually everyone had email. Now everyone has email, but uses it to varying degrees.
That makes sense, and that's where exactly I wanted to know. So if we just go by survey design, distribution analysis, and reporting, does that mean that we're going to alienate some staff members because of the reach?
The survey would still go out to everyone. The only thing I'd comment on communications is we've got a lot going on in the arena of communications and a very thin staff doing it. My concern would be it would be helpful to have some supplemental help in the ability to communicate. If you want to reduce it, we will get a survey done with whatever funding you decide to give us. I would just add, I think it would be helpful to have some funding in communications based on all that staff is doing right now.
So if we do not, today, if we decide not to go with in-person focus groups, I'm just throwing some scenarios because I want to understand.
Thank you.
And I want people who are listening also to understand, what are the pros and cons of different options. So if we say in-person focus groups and facilitation is what we do not want, do we alienate anyone?
Well, if you don't do them, you're funding the budget to do this survey. So we can see what we can get done. If we need to have more money and decide, obviously with conversations with you all and what we learned from staff, we could come back to you and obviously ask for more money in mid-year appropriations if you think that's appropriate. There's no right or wrong answer here.
Russ, how many employees do we have?
Well, by the budget document, you have 13 and 28. We know that some of those positions aren't fully funded, so you have actually 1299.
Okay. I did some rough math. You'd be surprised. I gave you a bit of a hard time, right? Why does it cost so much? I wanted to know. And thank you for explaining it fairly thoroughly. And then I actually just double-checked my math so I don't say anything really stupid into this microphone. It's about $75 an employee. Ish. So I think, when I saw a lot of citizens saying, you can do that for a lot cheaper, or I'll do it for $5,000, right? This is not a doodle poll, right? This is really comprehensive level setting for us. One of the challenges I experience is I know some staff well and others I've never been in the same room with, right? It is right now, I think, probably challenging to understand the needs of unique groups. There might be entire areas where we need some investment and direction. There might be others that are doing far better and we just don't know. There's so much we don't know here. To me, $75 an employee is a reasonable investment to level set so that we can make really informed decisions moving forward. Because right now, we have been saying, well, gosh, I didn't know about that. I wish I knew about that. I've said that too many times to be comfortable in the last couple of months. This investment is a way for us to know more. And so I did immediately push back. I was sort of, I think we all are feeling a lot of pressure to be really, 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 I want to say cheap. It's not the right word, but yeah, so I had a wonderful conversation with Councilmember Richards, and it really, it's helping me understand that part of our job is to spend money, but to do it appropriately. And I think I've come around here where I'm going to say the opposite of what I first said, and I feel like this is an appropriate investment. I do understand now why the costs are what they are. And even more so, it wasn't until, you were just speaking, Russ, that I realized, gosh, you really probably need some outside help getting this done, because we are currently so streamlined with our staff. I'm trying to think of a not negative word, but, we've been on a hiring freeze. We do not have a surplus of individuals with time on their hands by any stretch of the imagination. So that's my sort of, I see you agreeing. You helped me a lot with your perspective, new to seeing a lot of this.
I appreciate that, Councilmember Cohen Johnson. The analogy I have used a few times is, I understand at this moment of increased scrutiny over spending, it feels painful to spend additional dollars. But the analogy I have used is that when you have an oil spill, you have to then unfortunately spend more resources to clean it up. You don't get to say, well, we've made a mess, I don't want to spend more money, so we'll leave the mess as is. And that's just unfortunately where we find ourselves right now. And so I agree, this feels like an investment that perhaps nobody wanted to make, but that we do have to make, recognizing the reality of where we find ourselves. And, to the notion of activating our wonderful staff, we do a lot with a very lean workforce, but activating our staff means activating them with some resources, and it looks like these are the resources that are going to be necessary to do the necessary work right now. And I think also having Womble's work, the law firm's work in coordination with that to provide that outside review is also imperative at the moment, that we are doing these two things in concert. We are doing some work in-house through the employee surveys, but we're also hiring an outside firm to look at these issues, and I think it's important, it's attached to our agenda. Anybody who wants to pull up the engagement scope in our contract with the law firm, it is not some redundant effort of just doing more employee surveys. There's also some really important financial work that's going to be done, that's going to be very timely, time-intensive, and costly. And so that's why that investment has to be made as well.
Michelle looked like she was.
So in thinking about the timing, in my research background, oftentimes focus groups, you do focus groups to get a starting place for gathering additional data. I think we have a starting place for what we want to gather. And when we made the directive over a year ago to do this, I would have been more inclined to say, let's do a survey. Now I'm still thinking about pros and cons. If you get the quantitative data through the survey simultaneously with the qualitative, the focus groups, first of all, we need the information now. We're past time for needing the information. This is not a nice to have. This is unfortunately, it should have been done. We could have gathered enough information to save potentially money, a lot of stress and concern of our staff from preliminarily what, we've been told. And so I think time is critical. On the other hand, there's the possibility that if you gather survey data, then you need to dig deeper with focus groups. So there's always potential for learning more. So I don't think there's a perfect way to do this design, but I am leaning toward we need that information. We need in-depth information from focus groups, and we need broader information from a larger number of people to be able to circulate that data and get the best information.
And if you don't mind, I just wanted to clarify, my point wasn't that we didn't need
I'm sorry,
focus.
I mean now.
Okay, focus group. My point is, how do we move forward judiciously, cost-effectively, fiscally responsible, prioritizing as well, and also hearing our citizens as we are about to maybe even reconsider a decision that was made last week, because we're all rethinking our decisions on, kind of on the fly. I'm not saying we shouldn't do focus groups or facilitation. I was just saying this is right before us right now. If it were me and prioritizing it, I do service design, distribution, analysis, reporting, maybe communications to make sure we hit that 84% participation. But focus groups would be a lower on my priority list, and as such, lower on the budgetary request.
Right this minute.
Right this minute, right.
So I want to say something. I got some feedback from Phil online that you have to be a little bit more intentional when you're actually in the chambers. You have to ask more questions, even though you already know the answers. And I think this discussion probably will help people who are watching understand how intentional this is and how every component is important. That's why, there is no, it's not the same work that Womble will be doing. It's different. Focus group probably will be helpful for people we cannot reach, we don't have a reach through email or, different, probably language barrier. So these things are very necessary to collect feedback. And I agree with you that at this point, this may look like a big expense, but it is needed to do a complete health check on where the organization stands. We cannot come back after 1 year and say, oops, we should have done a more fuller assessment on the organization. So this probably, in my view, is critical. And I was not trying to take the money away. I was just trying to get more information on these 3 different components. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I agree with all you guys. Think that we need the data now. And I feel from the pressure from the public, we need a change. But this change needs to be made. A lot of operation level needs to be made by our interim town manager. But if people ask me, is your staff happy? I don't know. So we don't know a lot of things, and this survey really gave us the data and to make decisions, and especially now in this situation, Russ has so much pressure, and we understand that you need the support from the council. And I think this investment will be wise investment, but for the budget here, I would love to hear more details, how the efficiency, are they using AI for the analysis, or quicker, faster, and get more data and get more staff involved, so you could get more data for the future decision or make a change. I think we need to work together to move forward.
To that point, I'd add, I think doing them more regularly. I think of the same effort that's going on now for our citizens that's been done for so long as the biennial survey, where you're able to, I won't call it standardized, but you ask the same questions or similar questions to get data metrics over time. Since we haven't done that with the employee survey, you have nothing. This will be the baseline. So I would hope that maybe we become more efficient, possibly have cost savings as you continue to do these over the years. I don't know if the first one cost more and subsequent cost less. That would certainly be something that we could hopefully strive for. But since we haven't done one in so long, I don't know. We'll have a lot to learn from this one. Focus groups, the only thing I'll add is, with the cost of that was important to do with the same as you're doing the survey, but through an outside third party. No one explicitly said it, but I think it would be difficult to have an internal focus group led by internal people. So whether you want to cut it, and there's 10, again, no right or wrong answers. I think it would just be important to do it as part of the effort if this team was going to do it.
Just, you brought up BKL research in our biennial survey. Do you happen to have an idea of how much that cost? I thought it was 40,000.
Cary?
Is that right? 30,000?
39.
39, thank you.
I heard 40.
I was close at 40.
Are we ready for a motion?
I was just going to reiterate, I think Russ basically touched on it, but just because if we choose right now to spend $100,000 on this employee engagement, does not mean every 2 years we're going to spend $100,000 on community engagement.
Right, you would see it again as part of a budget or a mid-year or some other expenditure in a future date.
Anyone at all?
No, I can tell that my motion would not be supported, so I won't make the motion.
I move that we approve the staff recommendation that council utilize up to $150,000 of funding budgeted within the general fund for mid-year appropriation of the law firm investigation of matters related to the former town manager, and $100,000 of funding budgeted within the general fund for mid-year appropriation for an employee engagement plan to include an employee survey.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
My only comment will be that I'm going to support the motion because it's imperative that we do it, but I would have loved a phased way to do it.
And you've been pushing to do this survey for as long as I've been on council.
I have.
So, but we hear you. We understand where you're coming from.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Russ. We're now on item 6.2. We're revisiting the appropriation of the lot on Walnut. Per council policy, council may take one of the following actions: discuss the issue and take action at this meeting if no additional information is required from staff and the council does not seek public input. Refer the question to a future council meeting, at which time a staff report with recommendations would be prepared. Decide not to pursue the council-initiated request. So Councilmember Carissa Con Johnson asked for this item, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Yes, I want to first state that this is, my asking to revisit this item is not a reflection of lack of documentation and information provided by staff. This, and I was discussing this with Councilmember Bonsall 2 days later, I think, and I'd mentioned it to Councilmember Craig when we were at an event. I was not at my best during that meeting, and I got home that night, and it had been a long day, and I laid in bed, and questions started popping into my head, which typically I would, we have an opportunity to ask prior to the meeting. That's what we were talking about earlier. I believe that's kind of what you were saying. Sarika, was we get answers and then we don't say them into this microphone, so I think sometimes people get the impression that we're not doing our due diligence. So typically, we get these staff reports, we read the staff reports, we have an opportunity, the mayor reaches out, asks, do you have any questions? We have the opportunity to ask questions. I didn't have any questions this time, which, by the way, should always be a red flag when it comes to me, because I'm just a question-generating machine. But we came in, we heard the presentation, and we approved it, and then I went home, and I was like, well, does it have to be paved? I had basically several questions. So after discussing it with Councilmember Bonsall, she said, I actually have some questions too. So that's how this came about. So what I'm primarily looking for is a better breakdown of the dollar amounts that were involved in the two different options. And I've seen a lot of citizens also saying, why would returning it to grass, or why would that cost that much? And I do, I've got a familiarity with a lot of the costs involved in a lot of construction projects, and I can promise you they're always more than you think they probably are. There's a significant difference between town projects and commercial, and generally those costs than there is, what it might cost you to seed your yard. So I do want to express I understand that, but what I'm hoping to have is some of those sort of, and I've already shared some of my questions. Didn't give you a lot of time to prepare, and I apologize for that. But just understanding a little bit better what the core of those are, what the ADA compliance nuances are, as per this parking lot. And I shared with staff that I've seen another lot that's gravel with a handicap spot in Cary, and I'm like, well, why does this need to be paved? And I was hoping that you could more broadly share just the answers to those with anyone on council might have some questions as well.
Yeah, and I agree. I think when we were discussing, we both were like, oh, you shared this example about the gravel lot, and that's ADA compliant. So, getting a little bit more clarity on those things, I mean, I think it's critical. But I was also wondering, does this, if we change the design and not use a fence. And since it's, it's not our property and we only have that for 7 years, would that make any significant difference in the pricing? Should we just put some plans? Does that, meet our development requirements? So things like those, I think it just, for clarification might be a good thing.
Sure. I have some slides, if you'd like to see them.
Sure. I have just one more question
Yes.
as you're getting ready to do the slides. Maybe every answer we need or want is in the slide, but because I wasn't at the council table, I was on the phone at my daughter's wedding, I was having a difficult time following it as well, but thank God I had been in the 3x4, so I knew what we were talking about. But what the overarching question I had is, when does a temporary space require the highest quality of our investment? Right? What is the opportunity for us to look at things a little bit differently for something that we know is temporary? Do you need sod, right? Do you need a high-end fence? When we already know it's going to be temporary, what are the opportunities for us to look at that a little differently than with our normal, high-quality Cary way of doing things? So that was, you might already have that
Very fair.
queued up.
Mr. Simpson, unless anybody has any questions.
Nope, that's all.
Mr. Simpson, who gave this presentation at last meeting, is out of town. So I'll do my best to fill in some gaps and give you some additional information. And Lisa can help me if we talk about the development agreement at all. I'm really going to go to the map where he oriented you. I think at this point you probably all know where that is, with the gravel lot on the south side of the Walnut Street parking deck and the library there adjacent to the park. And I'm going to skip the schedule and kind of zoom in for you with a legend on proposed improvements, and specifically maybe draw your attention to the ADA parking spaces that are on the far left side. They're in white. I'm sorry, it's a little bit small, but it would attach a sidewalk to the site that goes into the library or into the park. Yes. Bella's pointing to it. Those ADA spaces, I believe, as we put this lot in, was a temporary laydown area for construction and construction traffic. Now that it's becoming a more, as a temporary permanent, if we could use that term, it needs to have ADA spaces. And ADA spaces, Carissa, are just the only area that would be paved, a hard surface as required by ADA. I'll speak to the question of possibly other lots, older parks, other areas that maybe not be up to current ADA standards, as they would have met ADA standards at the time of their construction. And then if you do construction improvements on any of those lots, you would need to bring it up to the current ADA standard at the time. The town also has what's called, well, we did a transition study. I believe Lisa can help me with this, but the Department of Justice, a town of our size, is required to have a transition plan, as they dub it. We have one. We did a study. You look at your facilities and parks, I guess, and you see what is out of compliant, and you have to have a plan to bring it into compliance over time. And we typically budget ADA improvements, monies, you could call it maintenance, if you will, but to bring ADA structures up to standards on other sites over a period of time to work through all the items on that transition plan. That aside, this is just that we'd be making an improvement. We need to bring it up to ADA standards. I'm going to jump to which you didn't have at the time. Jimmy probably could have answered these questions, but to give you kind of a breakdown of what the costs are for the individual items, if you will, or kind of itemized. So you need, if you're going to keep it a parking lot for any longer period of time, you need to have ADA parking. So that's kind of a fixed cost. I think the idea around the faux wrought iron fencing was to be something somewhat decorative, but cheaper than wrought iron. So that cost is probably a savings of sorts, but you could certainly not necessarily even have to have a fence if you don't wish. If you wish to do less fence, you could decide to do that. I think your broadest potential savings is around landscape and plantings. Hardscape, I'll jump back after I go through these, but you can see we're actually planting all the way around it. So there's probably some significant savings there. It hasn't been graded out in a long time. That's not a significant cost, but you're going to need to add some stone and rework the stone. The rest are potentials and might have savings, because your appropriation was to budget funds. Obviously, the intent would be try to do it for less than those funds, but that was kind of the maximum of what was extent to be spent. All projects have a contingency. I think this one's at 12.5%, which is actually a little low on a typical construction project of a contingency. And I don't know if there's any design or permit work needed, but it says if needed, so there may be some savings there. So that's just food for thought. If you want to change anything, I'll go back to this legend where it shows landscaping around the entire site, black fencing around the entire site. Obviously, that was to make it look a lot nicer than it does look now. You don't have to make it look so nice, but at this point, that was the plan that was presented to you, and if you want to take anything away, you could, I suppose, Lisa, change the motion or the vote and do something different if you so desire, and we will then work within the budget you give us to make it look as good as we can within the budget.
So could you go over temporary on this project, please? Because a lot of people don't know what you're talking about.
This is where I'm going to let Lisa tell you what their plans would be.
So when you all reviewed the development agreement amendment last summer, the developer at the time was not ready to construct the second building on the site. So part of the agreement was to give them additional time under the development agreement to construct the building. And so the timeline, and I sketched it out to make sure I tell you correctly, on or before September of the year 2030, so just under 5 years from now, they are required to submit their development plan for the second building and a rendering of what that would look like to you all. So by that time, they need to start the process of development, which would be the development plan showing the building they plan to build, which would go through the normal staff review process, and then also you as a council under the agreement would look at their renderings and have the right to approve or reject what they're planning to build. Once they also are obligated to start construction by 2032. So these are kind of maximum end dates. They could begin construction earlier. They are required under the agreement to start by 2032 and to complete construction within 3 years. Under the terms of the agreement, when they are ready to begin construction, they have to give the town at least 180 days notice so that we can essentially vacate the gravel lot, and we'd have 6 months to prepare to lose the lot. So they have a notification requirement to let us know when construction would start.
So worst case scenario, we could be looking at a lot, whether it's grass or gravel, for 6 years or more. 6 years before construction.
Almost 7, 6.5 before they would start construction. And if they were ready to begin work on a building today, they have to go through the development plan process. That takes, for a building this size, I would think it would probably take at least a year.
Agree.
And also get your approval on the renderings. And so that process has not started yet. So that it would, if they started today with that process, would estimate it would be at least a year before they would be in any position to start construction.
So temporary could be as little as a year, year and a half, or as long as 7 years.
And Lisa, does anything in that agreement or our other ordinances compel us to have to do, if we keep it as parking spaces, the fencing for safety or the landscaping for aesthetics? Is any of that specified?
So the wording of the agreement, which was attached to that staff report back in June, is to require the town to improve the existing gravel parking lot by such means as adding landscaping, upgrading the fencing, or making accessibility improvements. So it wasn't a mandate of exactly what to do, but it was improve it, essentially make it look better than it does today, improve it in some way, and those ways could include landscaping, upgrading the fencing, or accessibility improvements.
I don't,
Or means
right.
Yeah.
ADA.
I don't want to speak for all of us, but I think it might be a shared opinion that almost anything we do there will be an upgrade, that the deteriorating green construction fencing is not very aesthetically pleasing. And so, to my thinking, this sounds lovely, but I don't know that we need the fencing and the planting. I sort of have the same concern about the landscape plantings that I did about the idea of grass in general, which is we don't know how temporary this is going to be. To Russ's point, this could be long-term temporary. But we know that someday a building will be there. So what we plant is going to, I mean, all of this is going to eventually be replaced by whatever is developed there. And so I don't know that if we were to make the ADA required improvements and the grading and renew the gravel there, if having it just as the lot there, minus the bit of an eyesore we have with the deteriorating construction fencing, I don't know that I personally find that objectionable.
Maybe some minimum plantings, just to, now, would we be violating any of our own ordinances for appearance standards?
As I'm looking at Scott possibly, I don't know.
Made you get up,
His team
Scott,
had
sorry.
looked at that. If you happen to know.
So we exempt ourselves from a lot of our ordinances, so I don't think there'd be anything that would apply.
That is not the answer I expected.
You've seen some of our signs.
Yep.
They don't comply.
I guess to add to, we would typically like to try and follow our own ordinances.
If it was a private development, we'd put plantings between the parking and it's a kind of buffer parking. So there would be some plantings that would be required.
Okay, but not a fence?
Not a fence.
So that's not required for any reason?
Well, and it's parking there now. Maybe if I kind of lean in what Scott said, it's currently a temporary parking lot without these things. It was put into the development agreement as a means of making it look nicer.
Can someone help me remember, did we talk about that fence last time in terms of it being a safety feature? Or am I misremembering?
A little bit, because you have direct access here. Let me go back to the, just because the cars, and it was also for the hardscape, I think there was a retaining wall in that area as well. Keeping gravel off the sidewalk, possibly, you see there's two walk-through openings, but as Mr. Simpson, I remember pointing out, kind of a demarcation point between the parking lot and the sidewalk.
I think at least having minimum plantings to keep gravel off the sidewalk would be prudent.
Which is,
Whatever.
and kind of why I guess I was suggesting, if you wanted to cut that, if you still want a fence and you wanted it in a particular area, you could certainly defund part of that if you want, or take a different vote to fund something different.
I have one more question to make sure that I fully understand. Russ, were you saying earlier that ADA spaces without the concrete pad today would not meet standard?
You need to.
Like a new one?
A new one, you would have it concrete.
Because
or asphalt.
Councilmember Colin Johnson mentioned it earlier, but we were at an event, and I saw her mouth drop open, and she
2 days
went
after this
something
vote.
like, and I was like, what, like, what's going on? And so, I mean, living in a home built in the 70s, I know we have some stairs going to the attic that would not be compliant to today's standards. So I'm very familiar with the idea of current code versus previous. And I assumed that might be, but it was definitely clarification. that was
And
helpful.
actually, I just want to be clear, I'm not saying we should just do gravel lots for handicap parking spots. I saw a resident say, I'd like to see you get, through a parking lot in my, my chair. Good luck with that, right? It's actually the opposite, like, oh, okay, we need to make sure that we are paving in they're up to whatever current standards are.
Standard.
And so I'm not surprised at all that there's a plan to bring every spot up to standard. But I didn't realize that the ADA compliance standards have shifted significantly. They
continue to change, so you're not grandfathered into anything as you build new or have to do upgrades.
Yeah, so that's good to know. And I'll notice that more, I think, than I would have before. This is educational.
I'm sorry, I'll say, you didn't go there, but if anybody didn't have time to put it in a slide, I have the breakdown of the, converting it back to grass but if that's not what you're voting on, you may not need it. I just have it with me.
I'll go on record and say I was not a proponent of returning it to grass for two reasons. One, I'm usually a big proponent of more green space and open space, just not in this particular instance. And our Mayor Pro Tem noted this in particular. Once you add an asset like open space, knowing that it is temporary, it feels like we are adding it just to have to one day subtract it, which makes it feel more painful. And plus, we all know that we value additional parking opportunities downtown, so it felt like keeping it gravel. So for me, I don't need to reopen the conversation about returning it to grass. But of course, welcome my colleagues weighing in.
I agree.
I agree.
And I didn't have the opportunity to vote on it the first time, but can I try to guess whatever, oh, I'm sorry, were you saying something? Did you? I was going to try to circle up on where we might be, but go ahead.
That's exactly what I was doing. You
Oh,
read
okay.
my mind. So I think what I'm hearing is that, we all understand and respect the Cary standards, and we would have wanted that if this was a permanent lot for downtown. But I think what we see today is that this could be 1 year, it could be 7 years, it could be 10 years, who knows, right? And the investment may not have the returns that we would, the ROI might not be as what we would be expecting probably. I'm also of a belief that, whatever minimum that we can do to accomplish our goal, to get ADA parking, to get some spots there, I think we should try to achieve that. Only in this case, only because it's a temporary permanent lot, whatever terminology that you have used. So black fencing, minimal landscape, sorry, I can't talk now. Landscape planting would be appropriate for this site. I think that's where probably everybody was leaning. Mayor, you didn't say anything? You're fine with that?
I'm totally fine with wherever you guys go on this.
Okay. So, yes, I'm not leaning towards grass either. So whatever minimal is required to keep it concrete and just with no black fence, minimal planting, I think should do the job.
Maybe moderate planting.
Okay, let's just say moderate
We
planting.
really don't need gravel on that sidewalk. I walk on that sidewalk all the time, and I just kind of imagined how much we would regret.
But will we have gravel? Because they're saying
already-
concrete pad, right?
It's gravel adjacent to the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the road.
Okay.
There's not much space between the sidewalk and
Okay.
the, what do you call that, fencing? Or
That makes sense.
Green fencing.
yeah, the screen fencing. So there's really not much distance, so.
So moderate planting.
Moderate planting, particularly along Walnut Street, I think really does make
And
sense.
Russ, what is moderate planting?
We'll leave that to staff discretion. How about that?
I
You're
think
voting-
if you give
you're voting
staff
on a-
money,
Yeah, you're voting
Yeah.
on
tell them
money.
what you want,
Yeah.
then they'll fix it.
Yes. I'm easy with halves or some version of that amount of money. We can total it later if you need. I think I just kind of need to know which line items you want to do and what amount you want per line item so we can total that and do the
Yes,
budget
so-
adjustment necessary.
Just as a reminder, the action that you took 2 weeks ago was to authorize staff to take from the mid-year appropriation line item in the budget up to $125,000 to do the upgrades at the gravel parking lot. So I think if you're interested in changing that authorization, you could, number one, vote to rescind the previous action, and then vote on a new action, and that would be something along the lines of authorize staff to spend up to new dollar amount out of the mid-year appropriations line item to upgrade the gravel lot.
So Lisa, I also heard in, I don't remember, there's so many meetings now. I mean, one of the meetings where we discussed that, when council actually voted, it was for that the maximum amount that we are authorizing for staff for this particular project is 125K. Not necessarily this entire amount will be used. So can we, instead of taking the vote back, would it make sense to just say that, remove the black fencing and keep the landscaping moderate? That would not do it?
So the staff would still have the authorization to spend up to $125,000 if you don't rescind the prior action.
Got it. Okay.
I don't expect them to do that if you direct them not to do that, but technically that authorization would still be in
And
place.
I would only add, then you would not have access to the monies back in mid-year appropriation.
Got it.
Right.
It would close out, when the project closed out, likely return to the general fund and be available, looking at Stacy a little bit, but then be available for possible reallocation in the next budget year.
But we could just move to amend the previous action by a flat amount. Or
And then
just
that
as
would
a-
go back to your mid-appropriation,
Right.
mid-year appropriation.
Russ and Lisa, another clarifying question. Preparing for the law of unintended consequences. If we proceed with our moderate landscaping and come to regret that decision because we have gravel all across the sidewalk or safety concerns, what is our opportunity to revisit this yet again?
Another mid-year appropriation.
That's right.
Correct, okay.
Because obviously, it's a great point, moderate is not defined. Some, Public Works may put it in, and someone may not like that. It's, we can deal with it when we see it. It'll look a lot nicer than it does now with whatever you grant us.
So Lisa, how would we decide the amount now?
I leave that to you. But I would recommend, just for clarity, doing it in 2 votes, one being a vote to rescind the prior action, and the second being a vote to appropriate X amount from the mid-year appropriations towards this project, whatever amount you desire.
They'll make anything you give them money to make, they'll do as much as they can with it. That's
Chris,
basically where they'll go.
Because I see one of our options.
Do you want to do the rescind?
Sure, I move that we.
Well, I'm sorry, Councilmember, I was going to ask one more question.
Sure.
Go ahead. If we didn't want to execute both tonight, because I see, one of our options here is that we can refer to a future council meeting. Would an option be to rescind the authorization tonight, but in a future council meeting, put on the consent agenda a revised dollar amount?
Yes.
That's fair.
I think
guys
so
have
that you
taken my
could
red letter
re-budget
agenda.
for
I
the
appreciate it. I don't
landscaping.
have to say anything. You guys are doing it well. I
That's
appreciate
really
it.
smart.
I
You could
know.
also
I think
do-
that is
impressed.
smart.
Because I don't want to just come up with a random
Yeah.
dollar amount.
Yeah.
and
Councilmember
I-
Richards can find anything on her screen. I'm like, where is it?
If you,
I have
if
my
you
glasses on.
wish to
have
maybe
mine on.
give a little direction on where you'd like to take away from, would allow staff to get moving on it, we can bring
Yeah.
back an action on a consent
I think
item.
we're in agreement about eliminating the fence.
Yes, that is 100%.
All right, let's rescind first, and then have that.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to rescind our previous decision, budget, appropriating $125,000 to improve the lot on Walnut Street.
Second?
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's unanimous. So we're now not doing anything and not meeting developer agreement. So what are we going to do next?
You still have time to meet the
I know.
developer agreement. You're fine.
So what's the feedback? No fence is all I've heard.
Do we have
You
to
didn't
make
give a dollar
motion for
amount?
this, or we can just give feedback?
So I think to follow the procedure on this, you could then vote to refer the request to a future council meeting, at which time staff report with recommendations will be prepared for your review and approval.
But what are we in agreement to do? No fence is all I heard.
And moderate landscape.
Maybe cut the landscaping in half or a little more than half.
Reduction.
Okay.
All right. So that would be helpful for at least
Yeah.
staff to start thinking and, planning for the work to move forward.
And you can make that in the form of a motion to refer it back to staff for a future council meeting with the direction to look at what you just said about no
No
fence.
fence, half the landscape.
Yeah,
is what
and I know this is now really minutia, but I think with the landscaping, our top concern is gravel retention and not aesthetics. So whatever
Sound like you're ready
moderate,
to make a motion.
whatever moderate landscaping requires is required to meet that objective, not necessarily.
Yeah, and I want staff to have some wiggle room here. We don't know, maybe that retaining wall was really important or something like that, or maybe part of it is, and so I don't want to be too prescriptive.
Exactly. yeah.
Right,
Let
yeah,
them
I
make a
think-
recommendation.
Yeah, I think those marching orders will
Is
give
that
us-
your motion?
No, the mayor's going to make one.
I'm making it.
And the safety, especially for the safety issue, just let us know which part we couldn't give up for safety.
Okay.
I feel like the motion was
Yep.
cooked down here.
I'm going to attempt this. I make a motion that we direct staff to come back at a future council meeting with a revised budget that reflects no fencing and a revised landscaping budget.
I like that. Is there a
that-
second?
I'll second, and was that your first motion?
It was.
Yeah, congratulations.
Discussion. Everybody understand the motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Russ, you clear on that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome.
Russ, I will not make a habit out of recalling votes.
The council does need to, that concludes our regular agenda. The council does need to go into closed session, so I would entertain a motion to do so.
I'll put the motion.
Whoa, all right.
Pursuant to GS 143-318, dot 11A1, comma 3 and 6, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with attorneys employed by and/or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the town. Prevent the disclosure of information that is made privileged or confidential pursuant to the laws of the state, including GS 143-318.10E, or not considered a public record within the meaning of Chapter 132 of the General Statutes. Consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of initial employment of one or more individual public officers or employees. Hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual public officer or employee.
There's a motion
Second.
and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and council will go into closed session in room back here. Okay, thanks. We've reconvened our council meeting. We have no further business this evening. This meeting is adjourned after I get a motion from the council. I forgot. We used to just have me adjourn it.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion, second. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned. Thanks.